Okay, I'm assuming everyone can hear me. Okay. I am so excited to welcome you guys. Thank you so much for coming. Really, really excited about this event. I want to say welcome on behalf of the 21st Century India Center at UC San Diego, as well as Good Business Lab. And this is a great confluence, personal confluence for me to be, thinking about this area of work, which all of you have contributed so much to, and forging kind of a new path together. I want to thank the Gates Foundation for generous support around this event, and I also want to thank you all for your participation today. In addition to a wonderful lineup of speakers and panelists, we at the end of the day we have an ideation session which will be much less hokey than it sounds. It's going to be fun, and it's a chance for us to share our sort of nascent ideas and things we've filed away in the back of our minds around this topic that we want to kind of crystallize into actual research agenda. So let me just say a few words about why we're all together here and the goal. And then I'm going to turn it over, and then I'll just make a few sort of logistics announcements around the sort of run of the show today. Then I'll turn it over to our first speaker. So with the India Center, as well as my work with GBL, I think we've tried to shine a light on issues that are important for India, that deserve more academic attention, and are either under-researched or underfunded. You all are the sort of counter-example in this space around looking at women's labor force participation. It's a sort of a pervasively known problem in India that a lot of folks in the policy sphere and government, in the political rhetoric, are thinking about. A lot of folks in the private sector as well are thinking about, but solutions are still sort of forthcoming. And I think you all have kind of, in this work that you'll showcase today, made inroads into this space of kind of making work for women. A lot of the scholarship in this area around women's labor force participation has, rightfully so, focused on the supply side, understanding sort of what norms or preferences, constraints might be inhibiting women from seeking work outside of the home, and how policy intervention can change that. The focus of this conference will be a little bit on the demand side, thinking about how jobs themselves might have to change to make it more possible for women to, and more possible and more appealing for women to take up work. So what we're going to do is basically we've structured the day as follows. We're going to start with just some background on where we are on women's labor force participation in India, and particular attention on the latest rounds of the periodic labor force survey in India, which is the kind of official marker for women's labor force participation. There's been some really fascinating trends in the last couple of years, but kind of stretching back to the beginning of COVID in this participation rate. And so graduate student Madhukari Mishra is going to take us through some of these data, look at the breakdowns, look at some heterogeneity, and maybe end with a few takeaways and open questions about these data. And I should say, Madhukari has done a wonderful job in very short amount of time parsing the latest rounds of the PLFS. And so it's all very preliminary work, but very exciting, and hope to engage everybody in that discussion throughout the day of, how should I put it, what the heck is going on? Then we've got three sort of sessions which are centered around different topics, and which all of you are, many of you are participating in, which kind of highlight some work ongoing and completed in this area. The first is around recruitment and discrimination. The second is around flexible work arrangements. And the third is around amenities in the workplace environment. And of course, all of these from the sort of gendered perspective. After that, we have two wonderful panels. The first is a panel essentially of funding and implementing organizations, which is going to focus on women and the platform economy. Because the platform economy is really changing the way that many workers access the labor force, and in particular holds a lot of promise, but also potential challenges for women all over the world. And the panel today is going to have a sort of a U.S. Low-income focus, and I'm really excited to have a distinguished panelist going to be speaking about that. The second panel is essentially about implementing work on the ground with firms. I know there's a lot of, the folks in this room are already working with the private sector or in some way have interacted with the private sector in their work. But there's always, this question of sort of what are the best ways, what are the best practices in terms of working with firms? How is that different from working with government? And what are the particular sort of on-the-ground realities we need to be aware of to build successful partnerships with the private sector? And so we're going to have a wonderful panel of folks from Good Business Lab talking about that topic. And then finally, we're going to do this ideation thing that I mentioned, and I'll let, we'll come back to sort of properly introduce that and frame it. And looking forward to your participation and lots of Post-it notes and markers. And then finally, we're going to have a happy hour and heavy appetizers / dinner at the Ridgewalk Social, which is right down the walkway here. And then after that, which is not on the schedule, we have after party celebration at the Program on the Indian Economy, which is right across the walkway as well. So I'll announce it again when we're all at the happy hour, but that's a sort of unofficial Diwali celebration as we're coming up on Diwali. So looking forward to having you all there, and it's also a great chance for us to sort of mingle, talk about the day, talk about next steps, and how many papers we're going to write. With that, I want to turn it over to Madhukari, and we'll get started. So thank you so much. Sorry, I should just mention one thing, an apology. I know that I have sent this email to all of y'all and said only 10 minutes for each presentation, no introductions, because they would just be, repeating a lot of the same thing over and over again and citing each other, all of us in the room, which is fun, but unnecessary. I think that, it'd be great to see, what your study is about, and then talk about the results so that we can really dive in and use the 5 minutes of discussion and question and answer to the best of our ability, while still highlighting the breadth of work that's going on. So thank you all for conforming with this bizarre norm. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Madhukari, and we'll get started. Thanks a lot for coming, guys.
How do I maximize this? Just a minute, sorry. Hey, how do I make it like... Control A. Okay. Let me just keep doing. Hello, everyone. So I'm Madhukari. I'm a second-year econ grad student here. And basically, we are starting off with like the latest round of PLFS, which just came in recently, the 2023-2024. And the idea is to this is a very preliminary stage analysis, but we saw some amazing numbers in this one about how much female labor force participation in India has increased. So it's just ideating, okay, what could be the drivers? We saw some trends about how it's mostly the women in the rural areas, women who are in the particular occupational status that's said self-employed, are the ones who are really driving this trend upwards. So it's just again, preliminary analysis because the data set is just it. Cool. So as we can have seen on the over the last few rounds, like it actually rose from like 23.3% in 2017-18 when the first like PLFS round came in. Before that, it was the NSS, to like 41.7% in the latest round, which is like the round that just came in. And we were like looking at it, and we saw some trends. One of them is that there is like a high participation of women in rural India, and the second, like I said, is women in the self-employed status. One thing we did see is that there is not a lot of like growth in female labor force participation in the urban areas. So the focus of most of the analysis today will be actually in the rural area, what kind of sectors women are engaged in and what kind of work they're doing, what are the wages like, to just go through, like I'll talk about the rest in the conclusion. Cool. So these are the trends that we are seeing. Like first, of course, this very impressive graph where it's like, it shot upwards to 41.7%. And then if we just disaggregate it by rural and urban, we see like 47.6% of women in India, like 15 and above, are apparently in the labor market right now, like part of the labor market. Actually, we also like wanted to see that if there's a trend just for women or for men, just to throw it out there, like what's happening here. And we see like a similar trend of higher participation rate for men in the urban areas as well. And again, it's like rural areas, and it's kind of relatively stickier in the urban areas. And then we wanted to check like if the story is different across states, or is it like, again, a very similar thing. And we do see that the story is very similar. Again, it's like the women in the rural areas. One impressive thing that came out of this PLFS round is that there's a high participation of women in the northeastern regions, like Mizoram and Arunachal Pradesh, and like states like this, which is, I think, a very interesting thing to study. So yeah, this is what the trends are like from this round. As you can see that the ones on the rightmost are like Arunachal and, like I said, Manipur and Meghalaya. And again, if we just like disaggregate it by urban and rural, as you can see, like the pink, which is the rural ones, are again all mostly to the right. Right? So it's, again, participation from women in the rural areas. Cool. So now that I've used the word rural several times, let's just focus on it and see what are the trends like in terms of employment and wages. So the periodic labor force survey, they have this occupational statuses for women. They are like divided like this. A, you are like self-employed, so it could be it's a own household enterprise where maybe you are the primary owner of that enterprise, you're a helper, or you are just like someone who is like one person island kind of a thing. So you are the own enterprise thing. The second is like a regular salaried person, and the third is a casual laborer. So as we can see the trends, most of the women, I'm just going to go to the graph actually, it's easier and more fun to see over this, is like most of the women, at least more than half of all the women in the labor force in this round are actually, as you can see, are in self-employed sector in the rural farm sectors, like self-employed farm sector. So it's mostly like agriculture, own agricultural thing. The next one actually, if we can go to this, is that while it's declining, but still we can see like the very next round is like, next year is of the women who are like casual laborers, again in the farm sector. One interesting trend is this one over where we are seeing like kind of like a rise of, not rise, like there's a stagnation at the end of like women who are in the self-employed but non-farm sector in the rural areas. So going back to this, the story, what could be one thing is that maybe the participation is increasing, but it's like wages aren't increasing. So we are like looking at the wage trends to see that what's happening. Like maybe it's like you still have the same wage, but like more people are claiming, so like it's kind of reducing or something like that. Well, we don't see any such trends, but this is like an incredible rise we see again in the self-employed area. So that is kind of interesting to see, I think, the steep rise that's happening. One thing is that it's kind of still sticky about the regular salaried wages are not increasing as much. In fact, regular salaried women are not increasing as much across either farm or non-farm sector. So yeah, over here again we see like a trend downwards of casual laborer who are engaged in the non-farm sector. And in terms of wages, there's a spike again in like self-employed non-farm sector wages, but as you can see, it kind of has stagnated for both like salaried and casual laborers over the past like 2 rounds. So I'm going to be quick about this. So we are just thinking now, because again, it's a preliminary analysis, we are thinking of like a couple of issues, right? So one could be like it started. Okay. Like it started, like what could be the demand side issues? Is it that there is such a high concentration of women in the agricultural sector and there's like such a attachment to the agricultural sector because there is like lack of outside employment opportunities? In fact, there has been a couple of studies recently using different data sets, right, that talk about like women, even when they're entering and exiting the market, like Ashwini Deshpande's paper, they actually have very few outside opportunities. So it could be a demand side story where like women do not have ideal, like good employment outside. In fact, other studies also show that in like face of climate shocks and things like that, even then women are all not very often able to transition out of the farm sector into the non-farm sector. There could be the supply side story because another thing that's happening in India is like education levels are rising and in fact they're almost like getting closer for men and women, but labor market participation does not show that trend. So it could be like, in fact, the latest round, I do not have the graph here, but it's like a lot of the unemployment comes from the people who are more educated. So it could be like competing for social status. So you withdraw the, like women withdraw from the labor market, could be one of those channels why we are seeing these trends. And the third thing is, of course, the accounting issue, because there has been a lot of questions about the national statistical accounting, where PLFS is like considered to be kind of like conservative, but I don't know if you like compare the like numbers they have been reporting for the same round of PLFS, for example, 2019-2020, across like what they're reporting now is the FLFP rate back then, and what they reported back then is like actually different. Like there is like a 8 percentage point difference in the two. So it could be that they just changed the way measurement is done. So yeah, I mean, it could be any of these, and look forward to listening, hearing more about the ideas about this. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay,
You
cool.
can sit down. We're going to start with the first session, but you know, just to reinforce some of this framing, I think we're still very early days in understanding the numbers here. I think that there has been a large growth in rural women working for compensation outside the home. I think beyond that, right now it's a little bit difficult to parse what may be going on, but it seems like very fertile ground for all of us to think through exactly what the drivers of this rise might be, and also the sort of quality of employment and earnings that are being generated by the sort of entrance. And so, you know, look forward to discussing these numbers. I think there's lots of questions that come up, but we're still on the search for answers. So with that, I'm going to start with the session. I want to make sure we're keeping track of the sort of time for every seminar. So is Ricardo going to? So Ricardo over there is going to be holding up little numbers for y'all, and I appreciate you know, keeping to our time so that we have ample time for discussion. So with that, I'm going to start with our first presentation, who is Raleigh Kapoor. She's a PhD candidate in economics at UC Santa Cruz.
Okay, hi everyone. Okay, let me just try this mic. All right, so I'm going to be presenting my work, which is like a joint work with Smith Gade, who's at Good Business Lab, and it's called Together in Search: Experimental Evidence from Coordinating Travel Among Women Job Seekers in Urban India. So we've already set the context, and what I want to drive to the point is, yes, there are women who are deeply disconnected from the labor market, but then there is a large proportion of women who want to work but do not look for jobs. And when they do, they look for jobs less intensely than men. They report not knowing where to look. They are also more likely to report to have not found their preferred jobs. And this is something that is also like not unique to the Indian setting, but like mostly true for the South Asian setting. There is another parallel literature which looks at how social norms and safety concerns limit women's physical mobility. And a very well-explored consequence of these social norms and safety concerns is that women travel less frequently than men, and they travel differently than how men would. And as a result, that has like broader economic consequences. And one of the most popular paper in these themes has been like by Girja Borkar, who shows that women are willing to travel on more safer routes, but compromise on college education. In this paper, what we focus on is expanding the evidence base of do these job search challenges are tied to their physical mobility challenges as well. And what we focus on is an unexplored consequence, which is that as a result of these norms and concerns, many women only travel with companions. It's considered socially acceptable rather than traveling with other unrelated men or strangers. And a lot of women also report feeling safer when they're accompanied by, say, their family members or other women. And it's also a very common practice. So according to DHS, about 44% of women reported that they cannot travel alone outside their villages or their neighborhoods. And there's similar trends in different sets of data. So there was another, which is about 43% report that they cannot travel short distances on buses and trains. So what I'm trying to get at is that if women only travel with companions, it might limit their job search if these companions are unavailable. And this is particularly prevalent or like relevant for the garment manufacturing, where not just the hiring, but even the inquiry about jobs takes place through in-person visits. So every day, women need to go to the factory gate to inquire about whether there is a job opening or not. If there is, they try out for those jobs. A natural solution is to travel with other job-seeking women because they are going to be more reliable companions because of this shared trip purpose. But they may not know each other. And I say that because women in our context are often very socially isolated and barely have their networks consisting of women who are also working. So coming to this paper, what we do is we match women in a neighborhood who are interested in working at an apparel factory, and then we randomly vary whether they can coordinate their travel. We then look at the effect of these interventions on whether their interview participation improves and their job search outside of the interview experiment. We partnered with 5 garment factories in North India. And our sample consists of about 106 neighborhoods and 693 women who are all interested in working at factories. So these are women who are willing to work and are job seeking. We randomly assign them to 2 treatment groups and a control group. So coming to the first treatment group is what I call a matching and a coordinated travel treatment, where women were matched together with these other job-seeking women in our study through group meetings. So they were introduced to each other through the meetings. And we assign them to interviews on the same dates. So what that enables is to allow them to coordinate their travel with each other to the factories instead of, say, relying on their family members, their husbands, fathers, other people. Yeah. And then what we have is only matching treatment. So as the name suggests, it has a matching component. Again, there is same group meetings that were conducted in a neighborhood, but they were all assigned to staggered different interview dates, which kind of reduced the likelihood of them wanting to coordinate their travel. So the reason we added this is because expanding women's network to include other job-seeking women could impact their interview participation through other channels, like it can shift norms around women's work, it can increase the amenity value of those factory jobs, and it can also improve or signal to women's family or to the women itself about the safety that they have at work. So what this only matching treatment allows us to do is to kind of separate out the effects of coordinated travel from other mechanisms. Unfortunately, we are not set up to kind of distinguish between each of these mechanisms, but we can separate out the effect of coordinated travel. Okay, so the punchline is that matching and coordinated travel increased women's participation in interviews, about 76 to 80%. So in the control group, about 15% of women participated in the interviews. In the only matching, the percentage was very similar. But in the matching treatment, there's like about a 13 percentage point difference. Before I go to the next result, I think it's worth pointing out that irrespective of which group they were assigned to, 83% of women did travel with companions to the factory interviews. So women from the control and the only matching were also accompanied by like adults to these interviews. Okay, and then so outside of the job search, 6 weeks later, we find that both treatments increase the job search. So the only matching treatment only reduced the likelihood of women searching together for that interview experiment. But in principle, women could now actually travel with them. But we find that matching and coordinated travel increases the job search or probability of visiting an employer in search of job by 78%. We have a positive effect of only matching, suggesting that that also worked as we were expecting. And there's almost a double, twice as many trips that matching and coordinated travel women made. Okay, so are these effects driven by women coordinating their travel? We do find evidence that it is. So one more thing that we found was most of the trips that women made outside of the interview experiment were with women from their neighborhoods to these employers. So there was like about 100% or more than 100% increase in women's likelihood of making these job search trips with women from their neighborhoods. Then we also find that both treatments increase the number of women they reported knowing near their houses. So this is like, the context here was that we initially decided to do like these meetings like on a bigger scale, like in one neighborhood, but we had to do like multiple meetings because women were even refusing to travel, say, more than 4 minutes, 5 minutes on foot to attend these meetings. So the reason I'm focusing here on nearby women is that in that case seems like a more reasonable like companions to travel with. So both treatments had an increase in women traveling, but and an increase in interactions. So they were more likely to discuss issues with these women than the control group. But what we find is that the matching and coordinated travel, they were more likely to travel with them for even non-job search purposes. So I think it kind of gets to the point that maybe just the experience of traveling with them initially to those interviews kind of fostered that sense of where they can rely on each other for future job search trips. So we also did some heterogeneity analysis, and we find something that's quite interesting is that the most of the effects are driven by women who reported knowing fewer women at baseline. So it kind of aligns with the fact that they want to travel with these women, but they may not know each other. And the other thing that we find is that, again, the effects for interview participation were much, much larger for women who reported feeling less safe while commuting. We find similar results for the job search outside the interview experiment, but a little muted effects between only matching and coordinated travel. Again, because this outside of the experiment, matching and only matching and the matching and coordinated are kind of similar treatments. So again, they were more likely to search if they reported knowing fewer women, and if they reported feeling less safer. So to conclude, we showed that when women only travel with companions, facilitating them to coordinate their travel with job-seeking women can have like a huge impact on their job search and participation in interviews. It has like this paper has a lot of policy implications in terms of, so like I mentioned, a lot of sites and employers lot of factories, employers expect women and men to actually visit those job sites in access of jobs. To even inquire about the availability of jobs and to participate in interviews. So in that scenario, the firms can improve the pool of women candidates by mobilizing them in groups and facilitating their coordinated travel. We also had a pilot experiment where we just wanted to see if these effects, how do they compare with, say, something like subsidizing or completely covering the transport costs to the factories. And what we find that covering costs to the factory has effects half as big as matching and coordinated travel. So it also kind of gets us to how women travel, is because a lot of Indian states have started this free public transport policy, but if the issue is not the cost, I'm sure it is, but also like they need companions to travel with them, so then just providing them with, say, free public transport alone is not going to improve their access to jobs. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have 4 minutes for Q&A. Questions, comments on this? You can just call them.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So just wanted to ask about the selection effects into this. So what do you think about the success rate for the women that are now with companions more likely to get jobs, or are they worse candidates by even what do you think?
So I found effects both were positive for the only matching and the matching and coordinated travel. There was like a smaller fraction of women who passed the interviews, but the effects were nearly the double for the control group, which kind of tells us that it's not because the women who are getting those jobs or like who are traveling to these interviews are, say, less likely to be employed. And also I would like to say that most of the women who did pass the trials, they ended up taking up the jobs, which also tells me that it's not like the break comes in later on where they got the job, but they're like, oh, this is not what we want, and then not doing that. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Just qualitatively, is there any sense of competition between women who are traveling together? If there's scarce jobs and there's one position or something? How would that work?
Yeah, so we qualitatively, we didn't get the sense that there was competition. In fact, like when we were working on the field for only matching, we had instances where women would be like, oh, why are you assigning us to different dates? Please assign us to the same dates so we could travel together. So they were like actively seeking out each other so they could be with them when they're going for those interviews. So it was less, I didn't see anything related to competition there, but yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
You didn't show us the treatment effects on finding a job or being in a job?
Oh, I wanted to limit it, but I don't have it. So basically, I can just tell you here, okay. So we had like about, for matching and coordinated travel, we had about 2.4 to 3 percentage point effect. And for only matching, it was very similar. Yeah, that was the effect. And on 6 weeks later at the employment, we do find that for matching and coordinated travel, women were like 8 percentage points more likely to be employed. Not at the factories, but like in general at total places. Yeah.
Just to understand the public transport point, I guess, is the motivation here that women want to have companionship while they travel, or is it that they just want to be, when they're on the mode of transportation, around other women as a safety-related measure? Because you might imagine if there's plenty of, you reduce the cost to zero for women to travel on public transport, and that has a big effect on the number of women on a given bus, then I might, be willing to travel on that bus, regardless of whether I have a coordinated companion with me.
I think like for the public transport thing, just to get to a point where, so I think like the issue is first is actually getting these women out of their houses. So how it's like a kind of a game where I'm anticipating, are people going to be, like I'm going to travel on the bus if there's going to be other women there, and then based on whether they are going to be there, then I'm going to travel on the bus. But so I can't really say how will that game kind of pan out as they go along. But like just in this context, which is like as of now, like there hasn't been a lot of differences, or like you don't see the buses to be filled up with women. There's as much men in those spaces as there are women. And then if the challenges are, okay, I can get to the bus stop, but I need someone to travel with me even to the bus stop. And then, okay, then I might be surrounded with women, but then I get down at the bus stop, I still need someone to be there. So I think it's more like they want someone to be with them throughout the process rather than just being there during that mode. But yeah, I'm not sure.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if it's on. Let me go ahead and do it. All right. Our next speaker is Virginia Minnie from University of Chicago.
Great. Hello, everybody. So I think what I'm going to present today is mostly going to set the stage in terms of like facts on some of the implications of differential labor force participation by gender on firm productivity. And so I'm going to present in particular some stylized facts on what the implications are for firms and some brainstorming of what can firms do about it. So let me just start with just the stark fact that if a firm hires in India or Turkey, they're faced with one woman for every 5 men. If you look at Canada and Ethiopia, you will actually see 1 man for each woman. So female labor force participation varies dramatically across countries, and what this paper is about is try to understand how does that affect the composition of the applicant pool and the choices of the firm. And in particular, what we're trying to understand is what are the implications for firm productivity, and can firms do better just by simply exploiting differential labor force participation by gender. So in particular, there's a lot of focus in firms about what we can call the treatment effect of diversity. So what would happen in terms of like team productivity and overall firm productivity if you actually increase the share of women in the workforce. I usually speak loud, so I don't know.
Okay,
but yes. And the focus is really on, if you want, an intensive margin. So given you have a given composition of females and males in the firm, what would happen to productivity conditional on that composition by just maybe kind of like, for example, changing the team, the share of women in a given team. But that's conditional on the women being hired by the firm. What this project is about is actually thinking about the extensive margin, and in particular trying to understand how the differential composition of the labor force in the firm might change depending on differential selection in the labor force. And in particular, one of the challenges that kind of occurs is that on observables, women and men may look identical on hiring, but they might be very different in terms of unobservables. So by that I mean things that are not necessarily seen on the CV. In particular, a lot of firms nowadays, like thinking about like large multinationals, they have conditions that you actually want to achieve gender parity at hiring, and so if in terms of like an equal man and an equal woman at on CVs, they actually maybe prefer to hire the woman. But they don't consider the fact that on unobservables, women and men might look very differently. So let me just tell you what we actually do. So what we're going to exploit is a large collaboration with a large multinational firm that operates in over 100 countries. Now, the advantage of this is that we have the same firm operating in very different local labor markets. And the key difference of the local labor markets that we're going to focus on is differences in the labor force participation by gender. What we're going to exploit is both cross-country variation in the labor force participation, but also cohort variation, just by the fact that over time, women have been participating more and more in the labor market. Now, what's nice of the setting is that firms face the same barriers inside the firm, because the policies in terms of wages and promotions are kind of set by headquarters, and they're all aimed to achieve gender parity across all the different establishments where the firm operates. but they have very different barriers outside of the firm in terms of the local labor market. And in particular, we can think of gender norms and social norms in terms of like women working or not in the market compared to working at home. And when you can think about this, we kind of like the standard Roy selection framework where individuals would select in the labor force only if the benefits of doing so would exceed the cost. And you can think that women, when there are settings with higher social norms, they face a higher barrier in terms of like a social tax of participating in the labor market. So what we're going to do is combine worker-level data from the firm personnel record, over which we can basically observe wages, promotions, and productivity of the workers, with local labor market data, which is going to be just in terms of the labor force participation. Just in terms of the setting, this is going to be white-collar workers, so this is actually relatively high-skilled workers, and we're going to observe them over 5 years. They all have a college degree. And typical jobs could be like in sales, product development, marketing, and general management. Okay, what I'm not going to show you is basically just some facts. So first of all, I think this maybe we probably already all know in the room, but female labor force participation and economic development are not a perfect correlation. And in particular, you can observe countries with high level of GDP per capita, but still low labor force participation. And so you can actually have independent variation in the participation in the labor market by gender against the independent from just economic development. So economic development doesn't just explain fully labor force participation of women. The second thing is that in this multinational, and I think this is actually a pattern that holds across other firms, the labor force participation actually mirrors the gender ratio inside the firm. So it seems that the differential labor force participation by gender actually creates constraint for the firms in terms of the women that they hire. And so it's it's not a one-to-one, but you can see basically that's a 45-degree line that there is the labor force participation bites for the firm. Okay, given these two facts, let me basically show you the evidence of differential selection by women, in particular of positive selection by women in settings where fewer women participate in the labor market, as explained by a standard Roy selection framework. So I think this is the main graph that kind of summarizes the whole thing. So at the x-axis is going to be the labor force participation ratio, so women over men, how many are participating in the labor market. And on the y-axis is the pay gap, which is the women minus men wages. What is striking here is to document an inverted pay gap, and in particular in settings where relatively fewer women work compared to men, women earn higher wages compared to men in the firm. So this negative correlation is actually quite counterintuitive when you think, for example, of a story of discrimination. You would expect a positive correlation. But in this setting where you have the multinational firm operating with the same policies worldwide, actually you can basically just think of the positive selection of women, that the women who work in the firm in settings with low female labor force participation are actually more talented than the men. Now, I'm going to just show you a couple of other graphs that kind of corroborate this evidence of positive selection. And in particular, what I want to take away from these graphs is not just the positive selection, but also one key trade-off that this creates inside the firm, which is an equity efficiency trade-off. In particular, these women are going to be overrepresented in positions with higher pay and more seniority. And so that creates an inequality inside the firm, where actually, if anything, in settings with low female labor force participation, you're going to have more women in managerial position, which can create organizational issues and frictions inside the firm in terms of how to manage. And so this is what it shows. So the top, basically, this is the share of women in the top deciles of wages. And you can see again that in settings with lower labor force participation, female labor force participation, you have a higher share of women at the top of the wage distribution. And on the contrary, you have fewer women in the bottom decile of wages. And so basically there is a higher inequality, a gender inequality, exactly in settings where there are fewer women working in the labor participating in the labor force. This kind of says the same thing, but just looking at the average wages of women, in particular thinking about positive selection, the marginal woman is going to be positive selected compared to the marginal men in settings where they're more constrained. And basically here, this is what we plot by looking at the average wages of women and then the bottom decile and the 90 decile. So what do I want to convey here is that the selection is really coming from the lowest ability women actually not being there in the firm to start with. So the differential in the performance and productivity of women is coming from the bottom of the distribution, not from the top. So when you look at the top, both, we're going to have both men and women represented, but we just don't have the lowest productivity women being participating in the firm. And this is going to be the last graph that just summarizes this before concluding. And in particular, what I'm plotting here is just the kind of you can think of calibrated productivity in terms of like wages residualized by a bunch of unobservables that we can, like tenure, function, jobs, fixed effects. And I'm just plotting the distribution of this by the differential labor force participation ratio, and in particular free, kind of like free brackets below 50%, 75, and above 75. Now India is going to be the lowest in the first graph, and what you can see is that basically that is again this idea that you don't observe women at the bottom of the productivity distribution when you have a very constrained labor force participation of women, and this kind of becomes less stark when you go in the middle of this in the middle of the country distribution, and then actually they're gonna look the same when you have countries where they're almost equal to 1. And so these women are just missing from the labor force. This actually creates an advantage for firms in terms of exploiting that, because they actually, just by using women's self-selection into the labor force, they're going to get higher quality applicants. However, the second part of the paper, which I'm not going to show you now for time constraints, actually shows that the firm does not exploit this positive selection to its full advantage. Why so? Because doing so would require an excessive increase in gender inequality within the firm. So the only way in which they could attract these higher women is to actually have only women represented in the highest ranks of the hierarchy, which can create all sorts of organizational frictions in terms of in terms of having basically the women overrepresented exactly in countries where overrepresented in the top of the hierarchy, exactly in countries where they're more actually discriminated against in societies. And maybe the last food for thought is that if we start considering the differential selection into the labor force by women, gender equality policy may actually backfire, because policies that would actually require equal promotion rates of women and men might actually not be equal in practice, because the workforce composition, the average woman and the average man in the firm are actually different to start with. And so if anything, you would want to actually try as much as possible to think of the consequence of positive selection inside the firm and target reward and performance pay accordingly, and try to measure as much as possible productivity in an objective way, so that then it can be rewarded accordingly and take into account the differential pools by gender. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. A few minutes for questions. Let me start. Why don't you start? And then just pass it on.
Good. Thanks so much. This was really interesting, Virginia. So I was wondering whether there would be implications of, and this is like a very early thought, but if there would be implications, if the implications would be different, if there are impacts, like gendered impacts on productivity of the gender composition of the workplace. So for example, if there are impacts on men's productivity of having a workplace that's more female versus kind of just men only. And I guess if that's the case, I think we have evidence from classrooms that I guess in at least that setting, women have positive spillovers on men, and I think men maybe have negative spillovers on women. I think if there were similar effects for the workplace, maybe that would underestimate the positive selection that you see, but I was just curious if you guys had, I guess, thought about how the effects of gender composition in the workplace would affect the measurement of selection in this case.
Yeah, no, that's a great thought. So we haven't focused very much on the kind of intensive margins. So how does the team composition affect the spillovers effects that having the women in your team is going to affect the productivity of the men. And definitely one thing though that these findings had is that if you have in a setting with kind of this positive selection, you're actually gonna have more talented people in your team, which could have positive spillovers even beyond of the gender, just because gender is correlated with basically higher ability and a higher ability person. If anything, probably yes, if you're thinking of a positive spillover that, you know, a more talented woman is going to positively affect the productivity of men, then it would underestimate the effects we document on positive selection, because men would also perform better by having more of these women around. But we kind of, yes, we haven't looked at that.
Sorry, just a simple factual question. This FLFP gradient, is that the overall FLFP in the economy or conditional on the level of education at which the companies are hiring? Because that could be very different. And then similarly, the pay gap, is that kind of averaged across all levels? Or because I suspect even that's going to be at different levels, because I think because the promotion part, I think it's less clear, because I'm not sure the women are getting overpaid at the higher levels. If I would still conjecture they're underrepresented because of the Claudia Golden greedy jobs problem, like as you get to more senior levels. So so just a factual kind of a bunch of factual questions.
Yeah. So on the labor force participation, the one I've showed you is actually the overall one, but all the results go through if we use the one for the college-educated workforce. But it is just data from the World Bank. So this is actually like aggregate labor force participation.
Right, but the company, the MNC, is probably not recruiting. I mean, they're probably recruiting reasonably highly
exactly. So
educated
what
people.
we could use is also the measure of the same from the World Bank, but just for the college-educated workforce. And results. The only reason is not the main estimates is that we lose some countries. Now, although I think it was one of the facts that we started with, the education gap has almost closed in most countries in terms of female and men.
Right, but I don't know if the labor force participation gaps are the same across levels of education.
Right. Yeah. So what I can tell you is that for the subset of countries where we have both, the results will basically all hold the same. And in particular, exactly, still we would have this close mirror between the firm ratio, the gender ratio, and the labor force participation ratio in the country. Yeah. On the second question, so that's a great point. So most of this is actually coming from differential in wages among people. So the hierarchy is between 1 to 5 work levels. This is really coming between the 1 and the 3rd work level, which is the biggest share of the workforce anyways, because most people are basically at the bottom of the hierarchy. That said, most of this is coming because we have more women in the work level 3 as opposed to work level 1. But then once you start looking beyond the work level 3, and so that's really the kind of like more top echelons, kind of like vice president levels, that's actually going to look different. It's not going to load up here just because the numbers involved are just much lower. Yeah. So if anything, what you can think of is kind of like within standard white-collar jobs, women are a bit more overrepresented in the kind of more senior positions, but these are definitely not the senior executive roles where you would have more of these demands on time.
Thanks. Maybe we should.
Okay, sounds good.
I know there's lots of good questions here. I just want to make sure we can talk about in the coffee break. I apologize. Thank you so much, Virginia. Talking to this, sorry. Our next speaker is Annalyn Russell from Penn. Sorry, Carl.
How do I make it full screen?
Control L.
Perfect. Hi everyone, I'm here to present part of my job market paper. It's called Information Frictions in Job Descriptions. So one of the questions we asked today is how to recruit more women for jobs. And in that recruitment process, I'm specifically looking at the role of job descriptions. So what I have here are two very similar jobs. They're entry-level customer support jobs. The one on the left is in Philadelphia, and the one on the right is in Bangalore. Now you can see the job on the left in this red box, it has a bunch of amenities. So these are monetary amenities, such as paid time off, but also amenities broadly, such as career growth and a supportive environment. The job on the right, now remember, this is like the same type of job in Bangalore, it doesn't have those listed. And so is it that this company doesn't have those amenities? Is it that for job seekers in this context, it doesn't make an impact to put those amenities on the job description? We don't know. So that brings us to the research question. Do firms provide and job seekers value amenities that are missing from job posts in India and other developing countries, which prevents job seekers, both male and female, from identifying and applying to jobs that they like? And if yes, why? So the context of the study are entry-level white-collar jobs in large cities in India. These are mostly tier 1 cities, but a couple tier 2 cities in there too. And then the partners for this study are Good Business Lab and a large Indian job board. I'm truly grateful for their support in making this possible. So in this paper, I approach this question in 3 steps. First, I document a fact that firms provide amenities that are not on job posts. I do that by actually collecting job-specific amenity data and comparing it to what's on the post. So what does the job actually have, and then what is shown on the job post? I then measure the effect of these amenities on job seeker applications to test whether job seekers value having that information at that point of their decision process. I do that by conducting an incentivized survey experiment. And then finally, in the paper, I examined 3 explanations why valued amenities are missing from posts. But today I'm only going to get into one because the other 2 explanations are not as directly related to the amenities that women prefer. So the one I'm going to discuss today is that recruiters may incorrectly believe that job seekers can guess amenities from observable characteristics of firms. So I've talked a lot about amenities broadly, but to get more specific, in this project, I look at 7 amenities. And out of the whole pool of potential amenities, I came across the 7 by actually going and talking with entry-level job seekers and recruiters in India. So the first is work format, so whether the work is done individually or in a team. Individual work, think data entry. Work in a team, think teams of salesmen. Then there's job training. So after the candidate takes the position, that's the initial phase where they're getting going. And then there's work schedule. In India, the standard work schedule is Monday through Saturday. We're also looking at alternating Saturdays off and Monday through Friday. Fourth is transportation. And that can take the form of a travel allowance or actually the firm coordinating a pick-up and drop-off for candidates. Number 5 is whether the firm is formal sector, are they legal? 6 is good company culture. 7 is no salary delays. So what I did is I collected data on these amenities for entry-level white-collar jobs that are posted on the study partner platform using 3 data collection strategies. One is surveys of the recruiters who posted the job, web scraping, and then back-end data from the job board. So actually what I have are like 3 overlapping samples. I wasn't able to get all 7 amenities for each of these jobs, but I did pretty good, I'd say, but you tell me. And then what I do is I compare this amenity data with active job posts. So these are the results. In the first column, I have the amenity categories. And then in the second column, I have specific values. Now, these 4 amenities I collected through surveys of recruiters because from talking with recruiters, these are the type of amenities that recruiters felt comfortable sharing. You know, for example, if you ask a recruiter, so how is the company culture? They're probably going to say good. But these are the amenities that I'm pretty sure these recruiters are answering honestly about. They had no qualms in the qualitative testing that I did. And then the third column are their responses for specific jobs. So in these surveys, I asked the recruiter, here's a job that you just posted. What amenities does this have? And these are the results. So I'm actually going to focus here on work schedule and transportation. 79% of these jobs have a Monday through Saturday work schedule. 3% have alternating Saturdays off. Monday through Friday is 8%. And then other work schedules, that includes rotational or like Tuesday through Sunday, just non-standard ones. And then there's transportation, that 77% of these firms do not provide transportation support. And then this last column is what's actually shown on the post. And the really striking thing is across all these different amenities, less than half of them are on the posts. And the same goes for the remaining 3 amenities. So among the firms with the amenities, less than half of them are on the posts. The next question is, do entry-level job seekers actually value these amenities? Because a recruiter would only include it on the post if they affect application decisions in a positive way for the firm or if they're required. So So I measured the effect of these amenities on job seekers' application decisions using an incentivized survey experiment. So I sent active job seekers a survey that had hypothetical jobs with randomized characteristics. The incentive is a recommendation for a real job. This is the Kessler, Lowe, and Sullivan methodology that Colin Sullivan co-authored here. He's presenting next. Very cool paper. So the survey was completed by entry-level job seekers who were searching for white-collar jobs in large cities, and we did not specifically target women, yet our sample was half women. So this is not the point in which women are dropping out of the labor force. Here are the results. So on the y-axis, I have the different amenity categories. At the top are salary, distance, work from home. On the study partner platform, those are required, and the alternative to work from home is work from office. Then I have these optional amenities that I study, and in this hypothetical jobs, I randomize whether they're shown or not. And because these are hypothetical, I can't include firm names, so our proxy for observables is firm size. Salary, distance, work from home are expected. People apply to jobs that have higher salaries and are work from home, less likely to apply to jobs that are farther away. Among the optional amenities, there's two that affect job seekers' application decisions, and that's work schedule and transportation. But recall, even work schedule and transportation were not included on job descriptions. So to get into understanding why, I drill down into the specific values. So this slide, oh, and also I'd say the y-axis, that's the coefficient estimate. So when you see an amenity on these posts, what is the percentage point increase in the likelihood that you're gonna apply? And the effect of transportation and work schedule, they're driven by the expensive versions, that job seekers are more likely to apply to jobs that have Monday through Friday schedules and company-provided pickup and drop-off. However, as we found, even the few companies that provide those amenities, they still don't include it on job posts. So the next question is, are they detectable by firm observables? I get at that a little bit, and in the survey of recruiters in which I asked them, okay, what amenities does your firm offer? I also asked them about the size of the firm. And so what this table does is it breaks down the recruiters' responses by the size of the firm that they reported. And no surprise, it's large firms that are more likely to have Monday through Friday schedules and company-provided transport. So then what I do is I go back to the hypothetical jobs, and actually a quarter of my sample on the hypothetical job, it said that the firm was large, over 100 employees. So I actually look at the quarter of those hypothetical jobs and measure what job seekers' preferences were for these amenities at large firms. And because this is a quarter of the sample, the standard errors go crazy. But we still look at work schedule being Monday through Friday and company-provided pickup and drop-off. And we see that work schedule still has an effect. So even at firms where you would expect them possibly to have a Monday through Friday work schedule, it still increases job seekers' applications to put it on the post. But that's not true for transportation, that at these large firms, perhaps job seekers can reasonably expect that they're getting transportation, and so putting that on the post doesn't provide an additional signal. So the summary, among firms with the amenities that I studied, across all the different amenity categories, less than half of them are on posts for entry-level white-collar jobs in large cities in India. The valued amenities, they do increase applications, and one of the reasons why these valued amenities could be missing from posts is that recruiters might think, oh, job seekers, they already know. That's not always true. That for Monday through Friday schedules, large firms, if they really want to increase job seeker applications, they should still put that amenity on their post. And a potential solution here is telling recruiters that this is a way that you can get more applicants, and then the result is making job posts better for women. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, questions? And someone's got the mic, right? I think it's over here. Yeah.
Quick question. Do firms, is it dependent on HR competency within these firms? Is big firms have better HR, they're targeting much better. And so do you see differential in terms of how HR is kind of better HR rather than information asymmetry? Or just some being lazy in posting, etc.?
So I am finding that even among the large firms, a lot of these amenities are still missing from posts. I would love to have more data on the experience of the recruiter, so I can kind of get at that with the number of posts that they've made. So in some cases, yes, like the more posts that they make, there's actually a learning curve where they're adding more amenities. But that work is still in progress. Yeah.
Could part of it be that they don't actually offer the amenity to everyone? So they want you to ask for it, and only if you ask for it, they provide it to you, or maybe they want it to seem like, you're bargaining for something, and so they're making some concessions. Could that be why they don't put it in the job post?
Yeah, so there's a lot of potential reasons why they don't include it. So you're right that there could be a selection effect, but this is just getting candidates in the door. So the idea is that we're looking at the effect on applications, because then recruiters, they can always filter afterwards on different characteristics. Yeah.
Do any of these big firms recruit in different ways as well, with like recruitment camps or like door-to-door recruitment? And if so, I'm wondering like whether you know qualitatively if even then they don't tell them about these amenities, or if they do. And yeah.
Yeah, I would love to know that. So you're right that companies in India, they recruit in a variety of ways. So like some large firms, they recruit at the gate. These are specifically like online recruitment, which is growing a lot in India. Yeah.
I'm just curious about, do you see differential effects like on first-time job seekers or women, that these like information asymmetries seem to matter more?
So I do find effects by like there's heterogeneity in preferences that I couldn't show today. So one of them was actually surprising that I didn't have time to include, is that actually good company culture, when you put that on a post, it attracts men and not women, which it suggests that men and women have different definitions of company culture. So you're right that there is differences in groups. Yeah.
Is there one back there?
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, if firms are also worried about some sort of congestion effects, where like too many people applying for jobs and they almost want to select onto people who just really want the job and don't care about the amenities or something, to avoid those.
Yeah, that could absolutely like be part of the story. So there are other papers that actually look at the types of candidates that you get when you include amenities on posts, but it's typically in the context of firms having those amenities. So what I'm trying to say is, okay, here's amenities that they have, but they're not including on posts. And also too, I'm just getting at that question of how do you get these applications in, and then it's up to the firm how they want to sort afterwards. Yeah.
Do you know the sizes of the applicant pools for all these various firms? Like how many people are applying through the job portal?
So the job portal manages the market, so it's proprietary how many posts that they show to specific people, or the number of job seekers who actually get to view a post. It's managed. Yeah.
I see. Okay. Yeah. Last question over there, Lisa.
Oh, sorry, I was just curious. Do you know what share of the workers they hire find out about the job through the posting? I guess sometimes like there are postings where it's like you tell someone about it in person, and you say, please just apply on this. And it's just like an app, more of a hoop to jump through because they're like required to have a posting, and then they might not care if there's information on it. So I'm just curious, like, to what degree is this like a way that people actually find out about jobs?
Oh, I mean, I'd say a big way. So, I mean, there are job posts that say please email us or your CV, but that's still like a form of like getting more information about the job, and this is like the initial stage of providing that information. I don't know if that answered your question.
Okay, let's talk in the coffee break, which will be shortened for our time. Also, thank you so much, Andy. And so sorry I love the discussion. I just want to keep us vaguely on track. All right, the next speaker is Colin Sullivan from the University of Pittsburgh.
Where do I find it?
Oh, it's closed?
Just close this one.
Did you pull it up already, or is it on the desktop?
It might be on the desktop.
Okay.
Yeah, let me get that. Here we go.
Excellent. Great. So already my talk is.
I got your affiliation wrong. I'm sorry.
What's that?
I think I got your affiliation wrong.
Oh, so I was going to say already my first slide is out of date since multiple affiliations have changed here. So I am at the University of Pittsburgh. My co-author Nina is now a postdoc at Yale. Carl is still at Stanford. So the rest of this slide is good, and we're keeping the title. So that's the good news.
And women's labor force participation is at 41%. So.
Excellent. So I'm very excited to be presenting this. I will try to do it as quickly as possible. So typically when we think about discrimination in the literature, if you're an employer who's looking to hire for a job on the night shift, you might engage in what we think of as two forms of discrimination. The first would be taste-based discrimination, where the employer just likes one group less than another. And the other form that we typically recognize is statistical discrimination, where the employer uses some easily observable characteristic to try to infer the productivity or profitability of one group over another. So if the employer believes one group is more productive than another, they might discriminate against the less productive group. We're going to be looking at a different form of discrimination that we call paternalistic discrimination, where the idea is that an employer expects to internalize some amount of welfare from hiring one group relative to another. And this can be in addition to our typical forms of discrimination, so they can still get taste-based and profit-based utility out of hiring this candidate. But at the same time, they might think something like, I like the candidate, I want to work with the candidate, and I think this candidate is highly qualified, but working at night is too dangerous for women, for example. We're going to try to document this and measure it in a set of field experiments in Dhaka, Bangladesh. We will combine two field experiments to try to measure the demand side and supply side effects of this market, and we'll put those together. I don't have time to talk about it in the paper, but you can go and read up on how we do this in a structural estimation. We're going to do this in the field by randomly varying the perceived job safety without changing the selection of candidates or the productivity of candidates. So that's going to be sort of the benchmark that I'm going to go for, and I'll jump right into the experiment here. So we set up an Excel job that includes 5 hours of working on a shift. There's an Excel training involved, and at the end of the training, all workers will engage in an Excel-based task until midnight. So the job ends at midnight, and at the end of the shift, all workers hired for the job will get a ride home at midnight. So I'm going to focus now. We've got two sides of this market. We recruited 990 applicants and 495 employers. Let me talk briefly about the applicants. The applicants are all aware that the job is a job on the night shift. We recruited 495 men and 495 women who were interested in this job. They knew that it ended at midnight, but they did not know that there was a ride at the end of the shift. So this is going to be a key thing. All of these workers were interested in the job without having this additional amenity of the ride home. They responded to an ad for a one-time, one-shift job, meaning they're only going to be engaged in this once. Once they learn about the ride at the end of the shift, we don't have to worry about them sort of changing their behavior later on. So all of the workers will be surprised with this ride home at the end of the shift after they've completed the tasks. I'm going to hold this whole left side of the frame constant here, and we're now going to focus on the employers. So the employers are going to be the key source of variation for this part of the experiment. We have 495 employers, where 50% of the employers are aware of the transport at the end of the shift, and the other 50% are not aware of the transport. This is going to be the key source of variation. So employers who know about the transport perceive this job as being relatively safe, whereas jobs who don't know about the transport home are left to make assumptions about how all the workers will get home at the end of the shift, and they will perceive the job as slightly more dangerous. We also have some our qualitative survey evidence at the end that shows that this work, that employers who don't know about the ride think the job tends to be more dangerous. They also know that applicants don't know about the ride. And this is key, so we're going to vary the ride information between between those in the transport and non-transport condition, but all of those employers know that the applicants are not aware of the ride. So we'll have no perceived differences in selection into the job between those employers in either treatment. They make 10 choices between a male and female applicant, and they know that we'll implement one of these choices, so they'll be a dictator over the employment outcome of one set of individuals. And they're paid based on the worker's productivity. So they get an extra bonus for hiring a more productive worker. They're incentivized to choose which worker they think will be the best at the job. So, Could we expect any differences in hiring to be due to taste-based discrimination? Well, since the applicants all have the same information, and we actually show the same applicant to employers in both the ride and no ride treatment, we can't have any taste-based discrimination. Selection is going to be held completely constant between the ride and no ride treatment because these are exactly the same applicants with exactly the same information. How about statistical discrimination? Well, we're going to rule that out similarly through eliminating selection. Since all the applicants are the same in both treatments, we're going to have no sense of one of them being sort of a different group applying for a job with the ride versus not having the ride. There is a one-time job, so we don't need to worry about people showing up or retention issues. And all applicants get to the shift by themselves and only learn about the ride after completing the shift. So we should have no differences in show-up, retention, or productivity. In terms of reputation, this is another thing we might worry about. Maybe employers in the two treatments are treating women differently because they're worried about their reputation for hiring a woman when there's no ride available as part of the job. Well, all hiring choices are private and anonymous. They're assured of this, and they have no responsibility for the employee after the employee is hired. That job, they've been recruited to complete this survey, and then after that, they don't hear anything else except for the productivity of the person they hired. So, do employers hire women less when there's no ride? I'm going to show you here a figure. So I'll show you our two treatments, ride info and non-ride info. And on the y-axis, I'm showing you the percent of women hired in each treatment. So when employers know about the ride, they hire women at about 45% of the time, suggesting close to parity between male and female applicants here. When we withhold the ride information, so employers don't know there's a ride at the end of the shift, they reduce their hiring of women by about 22%. And keep in mind, these are among women who want the job without the ride. These are women who've applied to the job not knowing that there's a ride at all. And still we see that employers are only willing to hire, they're much more willing to hire women when there's a safety amenity attached to it. We also show that this is driven by what we look at as other regarding preferences. So I'm just going to show you here based on an index of questions about how sort of paternalistic and willing to care about others you are. We see that those employers who are below the median in terms of our measure of paternalism have very small change in their hiring behavior with and without ride, whereas those who rate highly on our index of paternalism respond by about 4 times as much as those other employers. So this does seem to be driven by other regarding preferences. It seems that employers who actually care about their workers are the ones who are discriminating against women in this way. And that's sort of an alarming thing to find. What we do next is to try to show that this is paternalism in the sense of trying to impose one's wishes on someone else through a second treatment. So we go back to our old design. We also randomize employers into what we call a female subsidy. So if they hire a female worker, the worker will receive an extra $10 subsidy, and that's relative to the cost of the ride, which is about $2 to $8, depending on what kind of ride service you hire. In other words, if you hire a woman with the subsidy, she can afford the ride for herself. She can choose to hire a special safe process for getting home. If you're paternalistic, however, if you want to impose the fact that someone should only take this job with a ride, then you still might not want to give women the job when they have this extra cash. So we're going to compare this against the no subsidy treatment here. And the no subsidy, these are the results I just showed you before with the ride information in gray, no ride information in red, and a 22% decrease in hiring. Now, when we have information about the ride and we provide a subsidy, we do see an increase in hiring women. However, what we really want to compare is this gap between those employers for whom there's no subsidy and there is a ride, versus those employers for whom they're going to be paid an extra $10 to hire a woman, but there's no ride. And what we see is that employers hire women significantly less with money that's worth more than the ride than with the ride itself. So it suggests that employers are not deferential. It's not that they are willing to give extra money to women to let them make decisions for themselves, but that they want to impose their own preferences over danger for these women. So I'm going to basically actually skip this, because I've got 1 minute left. So let me just come to the conclusion. So in the paper, if you have time to go look through it, you can get our more formal definition of paternalistic discrimination. We use a model with other regarding employers, and we show that it's when an employer expects to receive more other regarding utility from hiring men than women, and that it's about imposing their own beliefs and preferences onto those applicants in terms of how they evaluate welfare. To establish whether or not paternalistic discrimination exists, we run these 2 parallel field experiments. We actually find what I just showed you. Demand for women is about 22% lower without the ride information, even when women can afford the ride transportation themselves. On the applicant side, we see that female applicants value this ride much less than employers do. So it suggests that there's this asymmetry about how much the employers and the applicants perceive this thing actually improves safety. And then finally, we'll show in equilibrium estimation and counterfactuals in the paper that the ride actually increases female labor quantity and female wages in equilibrium, which is counter to most of what economic theory would predict. In most cases where you are going to drive up supply, you're also going to be reducing the equilibrium wages. Here we can find that by making things safer, we can both bring more women into the labor market and at higher wages than are available otherwise. So I'll stop there, and hopefully we have time for questions.
Thank you. All right, questions? Who's got the mic? The person with the mic makes the decision.
Can you give us a 30-second explanation for why wages go up in equilibrium?
Absolutely. You can. It's very simple. You can think of the demand shifting at the same time as supply shifting. So if demand is shifting by more than the supply shifts, in other words, if employers value the safety measure more than the applicants actually do, then we see that they're willing to pay more for the people who are going to benefit from this ride. So demand for women shifts up by more than the supply of female labor shifts. So this large shift in demand accounts for the change.
So, but the productivity is the same for the marginal female and male hire?
It's a great question. This is something we do in the equilibrium counterfactuals. It's a little bit hard to tell. We've a couple different measures of productivity. The actual productivity actually for those who are brought into the market because of the safety seems to be slightly lower, but employers think that it's higher. So we have a little bit of a nuanced story that we have to sort of walk the line on there, but it's a great question. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So maybe you already mentioned this, but the rides that were scheduled, were they like Ubers, Lyfts that the women had to figure out themselves later on and the cost was paid for, or was it something that you had like already set it up? And did the employers know that?
Yes, so we set it up ourselves. We arranged for the ride at the end of the shift. The cost I gave you was for the range between the $2, which would be like an Uber ride, which would very easy for people to set up themselves, up to about $8, which would be a more formal sort of private bus service. So that was the kind that we scheduled. But the subsidy was even more than that, so it would have taken more arrangement to set up these fancier ways home, but there's sort of a range of options available. The employers were aware. We told them that there would be a safe ride, that it would be arranged in advance, and that they would have a supervisor on the bus to make sure, for safety precautions. Yeah.
And I was wondering, so about the employers, how reputation concerns could play a role here. So how would they interpret the ride home, in the sense of that I'm scared that a lot of my employees could have more like harassment in going back, and I'm worried for the reputation concerns of that. And then it's not paternalistic discrimination, it's more like you have like backlash among consumers or even among your workforce.
Yes, so reputational backlash is a big concern, I think, in the day-to-day decisions that they make in these cases. In our experiment, we basically eliminate that entirely. So the employer is not affiliated with the worker at all, and no one, including the worker or anyone else, will know which worker was hired by which employer. So we've actually created the job, so the employers are here as sort of hiring consultants for us. They make the hiring decisions, but we will be the ones who are paying the applicants, the workers, and sending them home. So any reputational concerns fall on us rather than the employers. But are they bringing this heuristic into our setting? It's hard to say. This could be that they're sort of recognizing that's a norm for a reason, and they bring this norm into the lab. That I can't really answer, other than saying it's completely anonymous and that they know that. Yeah.
Sorry. I was wondering what your sense is of how do you expect these to translate into longer term employee-employer relationships? In one way, maybe the perceived welfare costs are higher, but then maybe in the longer term relationship setting, the employers think that the workers can adapt, and so maybe the discrimination aspect goes down.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I mean, in theory, at least, there's an equilibrium where employers hold these beliefs that it's too dangerous, and so they don't hire women, and they never learn to correct those beliefs. And I think that could be the case that we're in, essentially. Sorry.
Although you're assuming that the employers are making mistakes, it could be that the workers are making mistakes.
Absolutely.
one-time job.
Right. So I'm actually, sorry, to be clear, I don't want to make the assumption that employers are making a mistake, only that, if they were hiring, then eventually you would expect people to learn each other's information, whereas there's an equilibrium where they don't learn each other's information.
The workers may update. It could be that if it's a longer-term job, the workers realize that actually it's very dangerous for me to not have translated.
That's right. That's right. No, absolutely. And so the key question about welfare, I think, is exactly what you're saying. This issue of whether employers have more accurate beliefs than the applicants. Our evidence suggests that the employers tend to overestimate the risks. So we have an additional survey that I didn't have time to talk about with real night shift workers. Employers tend to think that bad things happen to women on the night shift much more often than they do, and they tend to overestimate it more for women than for men. So it seems that the applicants have slightly more accurate beliefs relative to the employers, but you're absolutely right that if the employers know about a situation at their firm, they're likely to have more accurate information about that than the workers. The workers are more likely to have accurate information about their own outside options, why they want the job, what other options, why is it that they're willing to take a job that might not have particular amenities that the employers would have no insight into. I think I'm out of time here, but I'm happy to take more questions.
Can I just ask one last question?
That's fine. You get to, yeah.
Sorry. Okay, just really quickly, do you have variation in the point of contact of the employer being a man or woman?
I wish we did. So we recruited real employers who made hiring decisions in the last 3 months in Dhaka. It turns out that basically 96% of the people that we could recruit who had that experience were men. So we have very little evidence about how women are making decisions. From the limited evidence that we have, it seems that men are more likely to do this kind of paternalistic discrimination. But in theory, it's not clear, given that women, may have insights into what the actual risks are, or they might wish to protect people who are more like them. Right? You could think of many reasons that women could engage in this as well. We'd like to get more evidence on that. We just don't have it at the moment. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Wonderful. Thank you to all the presenters in this session. We're going to have a full 15-minute coffee break.
Yeah, they're in the master folder, number 5.
Also, I just want to say this is so exciting. I'm already super pumped, even after the first session. This is so great to have you all here. This next session is about flexible work arrangements, and the first presenter is Lisa Ho. So take it away, Lisa.
Thanks so much. So I'm going to be talking about this project, Bringing Work Home, Flexible Work Arrangements as Gateway Jobs for Women in West Bengal. And I was more of a coward than Colin, so I just completely copped out of putting up affiliations in case I got them wrong. But I'm currently a postdoc at Yale. Suhani, who's also here and we'll be talking afterwards, is a fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford, and Anahita is a PhD student at UBC. I think those are all correct. Great. Okay, so what we're going to talk about here is a reason for low female labor force participation, and one that we kind of think is really important is that there's a mismatch between the types of jobs that are available and the types of jobs that women can or want to do given current norms of appropriate behavior for women. So given this mismatch between jobs and norms, that kind of presents two potential strategies. We could either work on changing the jobs so that even holding norms constant, women could take some kind of paid work at a lower cost, or we could work on changing norms so that women could take jobs as they currently exist while incurring lower social and self-image costs. In this project, we're going to start by changing jobs, but we're going to keep in mind that by changing jobs and potentially changing actual labor supply, if norms kind of respond to observed behavior, then changing women's actual labor supply could in turn change people's attitudes and kind of norms in the longer run. To jump straight to what we do, we will introduce home-based flexible work arrangements in the form of digital gig work, kind of an emerging type of work that's becoming more common and is also particularly amenable to working from home in flexible work arrangements, and we'll show 3 main results. So the first is that these jobs are highly effective at drawing women who were previously out of the labor force into paid work. The second is that these home-based jobs not only draw women into paid work, but can also act as a stepping stone to less flexible outside the home jobs. And then third, there is a trade-off associated with this type of work. So although you get a wider pool of workers, especially women workers, they do produce output at lower quality and more slowly from home. So there's a trade-off in terms of worker performance when introducing these work-from-home jobs. Okay, to get straight into the first main result, we find that there's a large extensive margin labor supply response to job flexibility. The women that we recruit are out-of-labor force women from 1,670 households in a mix of urban, peri-urban, rural West Bengal near Kolkata. And we recruit them for part-time, month-long jobs in digital gig work that are contributing to Bangla or Hindi speech data sets. After recruiting all these households, we'll randomly assign them to either a control group or to jobs that vary in flexibility across 3 dimensions. So the first is the ability to choose work hours. So either you have to sign up for a shift at the start of the job and only work during that shift, or each day you can choose which hours to work. The second is the ability to multitask your work with childcare. So we tell some women that they can have children next to them while they work. We tell other women that they cannot, and we'll penalize them in terms of their pay if we can hear children's voices in the background of the recordings they're submitting as part of the job. And the third is the ability to work from home versus a nearby office. So we'll set up offices in each of the 8 neighborhoods that we recruit women from and vary whether or not they have to work just from that office or whether they can work from home. First, we find that about 15% of women who are randomly assigned to the office jobs ever show up and start their work. This is for a job that the pay is has a relatively high wage compared to other available jobs. They're in an office with only other women. And so this is in general a job that's kind of nicer than other available jobs, but still only 15% show up to work. In comparison, for the most flexible work from home jobs, we find that 48% of women show up and start the job. So this is a very large effect on women's labor supply, which, as everyone knows in this room, is not necessarily an outcome that's really easy to change. And when we kind of decompose this very large effect of kind of tripling women's job take-up into the different components of job flexibility, we find that about half can be attributed to the ability to multitask work with childcare, and half can be attributed to the ability to work from home. We find that the ability to choose work hours on its own is not the binding constraint for these women. So that means that for these out-of-labor force women, time constraints are not the main reason that they're out of the labor force. They can, and they also choose to set aside a couple hours a day to do work. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about, we see that flexible work arrangements draw women who are out of the labor force into paid work. We also will end up seeing that it can act as a stepping stone to kind of less flexible outside the home jobs. The way we'll study this is we'll return to all study participants 2 to 3 months after the end of our initial RCT, and we'll offer them another set of jobs. So households are randomly assigned 2 jobs to receive one of 7 job offers. 5 are exactly the same as in the initial experiment, and 2 new non-digital jobs. And that's going to allow us to see whether any effects on future labor supply are like digital specific, or whether they just apply to interest in paid work more generally. The channels that we're thinking about here are, 1, potentially change in beliefs about the costs and benefits of women working, and a second is just that the demonstration of women working might change people's belief or attitudes in terms of what constitutes appropriate behavior for women. So what we'll do to test this is we kind of we'll run an empirical test of this hypothesis that these flexible home-based jobs could act as a stepping stone by defining an outcome as a dummy variable equal to 1 for whether or not the woman starts the job that she's randomly assigned to in this round 2 of jobs, and we'll regress that on the relative flexibility of her round 1 versus round 2 job assignment. In this, we're controlling for what her round 1 work arrangement was, as well as what her round 2 work arrangement was. So the random variation that we're leveraging is just the relative flexibility of those 2 job assignments, which were themselves like randomly assigned. So what we find if you look in the first column is that for all women, if you were randomly assigned to a gateway job sequence, so that is a job sequence where your first job was more flexible than your second job, you're 5 percentage points more likely to start your job conditional on whatever that work arrangement was. Because we specifically think that that an important channel might be learning about work experience, we also look specifically for women who had no previous work experience before the study. And that constitutes about 2/3 of the women in our study who said that they had never worked for pay before enrolling. And we find that the effect does seem to be largely concentrated on the women for whom this was their first ever paid work experience. There are a number of different mechanisms that might explain this. One that's consistent with the facts that we find is that women's attitudes about appropriate behavior and their actual labor supply are mutually reinforcing. So here in this figure, we have the baseline gender attitudes for women split into kind of more traditional households versus less traditional households. And then we have actual job take-up for the most flexible job versus the office job. So what this shows is that for women from more traditional households, they're less likely to take up work in any job, most flexible job or office job. But their labor supply response to the ability to work from home is much stronger for the more traditional women. So everyone values the ability to work from home, but that seems to be amplified if you hold more traditional gender attitudes. That's, of course, just a correlation. In terms of actual causal treatment effects, we do then find that work experience changes people's gender attitudes. So women who were assigned to participate in a job shift their attitudes by 0.05 standard deviations to become less traditional. And that effect is entirely concentrated on the women who held more traditional attitudes initially. So of course, we don't know if the relationship on the left is causal, but if it were, then what this would mean is that the action is taking place for the more traditional women. It's their labor supply that's most responsive to job flexibility, and then it's also their attitudes which change most in response to work experience. And so it's potentially them who actually kind of change in their ability to work outside the home after this experience. I also just wanted to include this figure about whether or not women feel that they're using their own potential, their full potential. So this is for a control group. 25% of women in our control group said that their potential and talents are put to use not at all in their daily life. And we find that being assigned to the treatment group kind of shifts the entire distribution to the right. So women are more likely to say that their potential and talents are put to good use somewhat or very much, or even just a little bit when they're assigned to a job offer, and this is kind of driven by the women who actually worked. Okay, so very quickly, just to tell you about the trade-off here about workers producing output at lower quality and more slowly from home. To summarize what we find that work from home causes workers to complete tasks more slowly and with more errors. And then when we characterize the women whose labor supply is marginal to work from home, we find that those workers tend to complete tasks more slowly. Looking into what's causing those differences in job performance, if we look into the work session, average work session length for different workers, that's the time spent working without taking a break, we find that work from home causes people to work for shorter spurts of time before taking a break by 25%. And we also find that work from home compliers just have shorter work sessions on average. Why is that important? We find evidence of flow effects. So this figure on the x-axis is the task within a work session. So on the left-hand side is like the first task that you do after sitting down without taking a break. On the right-hand side is the 200th task that you're doing after sitting down without taking a break. And on the y-axis is the time spent on a given task. So what we see is that the first tasks that you do, you're going to take longer to do them, but as you get into the flow of things, you take less time to complete the same tasks. We find similar flow effects in terms of accuracy. So the y-axis here is the accuracy score, the x-axis is the same. You can see that the first few tasks you do, you complete less accurately until you get into the flow of things, and then suddenly before you take a break, there's like a big drop-off in accuracy. So just to summarize, since I'm out of time, the main takeaway of what we find is that flexible work arrangements are highly effective at increasing women's labor supply, both immediately and because there are some women who will accept outside the home work given a stepping stone, but they're not currently given that chance to take a gradual approach to the office jobs. In terms of implications for policy, we think that work from home could be underprovided for at least a couple reasons. One is the lack of information, so employers might underestimate the potential workforce that they miss out on when they don't offer these flexible work arrangements. And the second are externalities. So there are benefits to women and potentially other employers of providing a gradual approach to the labor market for these out-of-labor force women, but those might not accrue to the employer that's offering that stepping stone approach. Thanks so much.
Okay, thanks. Questions? Do you have the mic somewhere? We're supposed to use the mic for the recording.
Hi, Lisa. I just wanted to know if how does the type of work these women are doing is affecting this? This is digital work, right? Like how much being comfortable with this kind of tool or other things is affecting these results?
Yeah, so I think one thing we were worried about was that since a lot of the women smartphone use is just lower for women than for men on average, so we were worried that we would exclude a lot of women by having this type of work. So it's definitely a selected sample in the sense that we only include women in the study if they have access to a smartphone. I guess that said, in say like surveys of rural women in West Bengal, about like 3/4 say they have access to a smartphone. So it's not actually excluding. We're excluding like some of the most marginalized women, unfortunately, but we do include most women.
Wondering if there's also like a direct implication in terms of like maybe a new way to design like employment guarantee programs, especially as the conversation's increasing in urban areas. If you want to be gender conscious, maybe like governments incorporating some sort of work from home opportunities, if that's a policy goal, it seems like something we should.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely what we would like to test. Yeah, and Suhani and I are thinking about whether there'd be ways to offer basically like at-home training programs that would then eventually transition workers to work from a factory or an office, even if the kind of main type of work is not possible to do from home. If like some kind of training program is, we think that could still be effective.
You found that the norms of the women themselves changed, but do you have any information about their second order beliefs about the people around them or directly about the people around them? Or I don't know if you have variation in, like, are any of these women close to the other women? So could you look at that within your study?
I see, yeah. So we have evidence about their children. So we also survey children aged 8 to 18, and we find we're a bit underpowered, but at least for the older children, we find significant effects on their attitudes. And also the children on average report that their fathers help a bit more with childcare, cooking, and cleaning. It goes from 50% saying that their fathers have never helped at all to like 40% saying their fathers have never helped at all. So there's like a little bit of a change there. We don't unfortunately have surveys of the husbands themselves, but it is the case that the husbands are still the final decision makers about the wives' labor supply in most cases. So I guess we have indirect evidence that the men are changing their minds about the jobs.
All right. Thank you so much, Lisa. Okay, next we have Suhani Jalota.
Okay, hi everyone. Lisa set this up really well for some of the work that we're going to be continuing to talk about on work from home for women. This is in the context of urban India now, so looking at Mumbai and looking at similar digital work from home opportunities as well as local female-friendly job offices right next to women's homes. So the motivation here, I somehow did not get the memo to skip the intro, so I'm going to skip a lot of slides. But we do know that female labor force participation is low, but not just that, we actually find that women are not even leaving their homes once a day from the National Sample Survey that was collected in 2019. There seems to be some constraints that are keeping women home, maybe out of the workforce, but also just out of leaving their houses. So why are these women not doing paid work? We know a lot of these different constraints exist. And there seems to be this sort of mismatch. Even though there are jobs available, they're maybe just not matched with the types of work that women can do given the constraints that they experience. And so how can we get women to enter? As Lisa mentioned, there's two strategies. Either we can try to shift the norms, which is a long process and possibly should happen parallelly. But in the meantime, looking at more short-term solutions, we can think about how we can actually try to shift the jobs in ways that can actually create opportunities for women to enter within the existing environment. So if we go through some of the constraints that women experience, we can try to come up with strategies and ways in which we can actually overcome each of those constraints. So say for the safety concerns and travel costs, we can get more women to enter if we create jobs that only involve female co-workers and maybe place the jobs right next to women's homes, maybe a 5-minute walking distance from home or so. We can also try to create job opportunities. Ooh, I'm supposed to use the mic, right? Create job opportunities for women that can overcome the multitasking related constraints of housework and childcare by providing work that is extremely flexible. So women can choose when and how much to work, and the job itself in the offices can permit children as well. So either have childcare directly or just have somebody there to be available to see the children.
We can also overcome the information gaps by providing information about the jobs directly at home and overcome many of these constraints, say, around norms of female seclusion by also providing women with jobs that are directly at home. So in order to address all of these different constraints that women could experience for jobs outside the home, we established these home-based jobs as well as these female-friendly local offices that essentially are within a 5-minute walking distance from home. They permit children as well, so there's a female supervisor available to take care, and the job itself is only about 2 hours a day at a time of a woman's choice. Now, another strategy to actually get women to enter could be to maybe just increase wages. That maybe there's such high fixed costs of women entering the work that if you just pay them enough, then maybe women could actually enter. So in this study, we also try to test to what extent is this a viable strategy to get more women to actually enter the workforce. So we do a field experiment with about 3,200 married households in Mumbai, looking at a similar central question as in the West Bengal experiment, which is how does work from home actually affect female labor force participation? And we benchmarked these estimates of take-up from home with these female-friendly local offices that in theory are designed to be ideal for women's work outside the home. We also benchmark our estimates by looking at take-up by higher wages, and these are significantly higher wages. Also benchmark these estimates with men. So in this study, we are also surveying the husbands and doing similar experiments with them. And then we also try to understand, well, why is it that we see these results in shifts in labor force participation for women working from home, exploring 2 particular mechanisms that we talk about very briefly. And then finally, the firm's perspective that Lisa's already highlighted, but looking at, are these jobs truly scalable, given that the productivity differences might exist and there could be differences by retention and cost effectiveness as well of these kinds of jobs. So we use digital gig work where companies are looking for a diverse workforce, particularly women, for training data sets for various AI models. And these kinds of tasks involve speech recording and transcription, as Lisa mentioned, and also image labeling types of tasks. However, these types of work have traditionally actually had quite low adoption by women, even though this is flexible gig work, given that this may be provided using these centralized offices, or women may just not be aware of these kinds of jobs. So we create this platform called Rani Work, where women are provided with these sorts of tasks on their own smartphones, and they can work on these same smartphone tasks either from home or from a local office that we set up, and we provide the women payment based on their piece rate. So as they complete the tasks, they get paid for this sort of work. The setting for this experiment is in Mumbai. So if you see the buildings here, these buildings, these slum resettlement communities are where there's still massive disparity, gender disparity in mobility as well as employment, even in this urban slum context. And as we know from the national statistics, that this is pretty representative of the overall description of the sample population. So now, just going very quickly through the primary experiment, we randomly assigned the 3,200 married households into either receiving a job from home or from this female-friendly local office, and cross-randomize them into one of 3 different wage levels. So a low wage at about $60 a month, medium is about $150, high is about $300 a month, and even higher than the husband's average monthly income in this setting. The control group does not receive any treatment here at all, and then we randomly assign half the households into either receiving a husband survey or not. We then conduct an end line, and then a mechanism experiment, and then an experiment with husbands. This is how the work from home jobs look like. This is how the work from office jobs look like from these female-friendly local offices. Some of them are bringing their children along with them. And we also made sure that the work from home and office was very comparable in the form of the hours of work, even from home, was exactly the same as the office hours. And we had put a lot of checks in place to make sure that women coming to the office were only paid and working from the office. So the first main result here, and similar to the study in West Bengal, even in an urban context, we find that when we are going to unemployed women at baseline and we offer them these digital jobs from home, the take-up is about 56% for these work-from-home jobs. And the same job when provided from a local female-friendly offices that permits children, the take-up is about less than half at about 27%. And now when we look at the difference by wages, so for the same job that is provided from home at the 3 different wage levels, so we see from $60 to $300, the take-up is about the same. So it seems that from home at least, we can't pay women more within reasonable wages to get more women to actually enter. But when we look at the take-up from this local office, there is a slight increase in take-up between the low and the medium wage. So possibly the reservation wage of working from offices is slightly higher. but again seems to plateau. We also see that this take-up difference seems to be quite sticky. So up until the very end of the job duration, the difference between home and office continues to stay. And in fact, given a lot of other studies that have been done on this topic, we actually do think that the work from home estimates are pretty large, but we don't really know, is this really about gender, or is this something about the context, or this sort of digital weird gig work sorts of jobs? And so when we run a similar experiment with husbands in this context, we actually see that the take-up of the work from home and work from office jobs is pretty similar, but that husbands are twice as likely to take up a high-wage job than a low-wage job using the same wage levels that we had offered to the women. And just to end on wages, it's not that wages don't matter at all for women. They do seem to matter for retention. It just doesn't seem to matter as much for women's entry into the workforce. Now we try to understand, well, what is maybe driving this difference, particularly for women in this take-up for work from home being so much higher. We run a second experiment, a mechanism experiment, where we randomly reassign women now into working from home and office, and then also one of two variations of working from home that are more costly and more similar in some ways to the work from office treatment. So one, we introduce a no multitasking arm, where essentially women are working from home, but they can't do any other work alongside that. So we restrict women to working in time blocks consecutively, and they get penalized if they're not answering questions accurately within a very short time frame where notifications are provided on their phones. In the check-in arm, we're essentially introducing a 2-minute office check-in where they go to a local office, they get a code from a female supervisor that unlocks their application, they come home and they continue to work from home. So here we're trying to see, is it really the time that a woman is spending at the office that matters, or is it just the act of leaving home and stepping out that might be able to explain this difference? And what we find here is that in these estimates here now comparing the take-up from home, we see that the no multitasking arm does not really seem to be having a differential take-up as compared to the work from home. This is particularly looking at it for the control group that at baseline was not provided with any other jobs. So they're receiving these jobs for the first time in the mechanism experiment. But we see that the check-in treatment actually seems to be driving about half of this difference that we see between the home and office take-up. And we have some now qualitative insights to show why the check-in might actually be quite important. It seems that women themselves state that they're less allowed to work in a job outside the home, where the distance between home and outside community may just be crossing the road. So it's not really the distance, but it's the perception of the job being outside. And women themselves cite husbands' disapproval as one of the primary reasons for actually rejecting the job in the first place. Now, from the employer's perspective, you won't really talk much about this, but the work from home does seem to be slightly less productive here. But this is due to a combination of selection and treatment effects. But it does really, in this context at least, it still meets the firm's minimum standards, even the work from home productivity. So overall, we do think that work from home and work from local female-friendly offices even, where we're reducing a lot of the practical constraints to work, are really effective at getting more women to enter the workforce. And this may be a short-term solution, and as Lisa mentioned, it could also really serve as a gateway for future work outside the home. Thank you.
Yes, so I think you're alluding to this in the end. What is the market wage for, oh, sorry. Yeah, so I think it made sense to vary the wages so much just as a research study, but what would the market wage for the job be like, and how does that benchmark to what you're setting? And second, I was just thinking, what are the broader categories of jobs, right? I mean, if leaving the home is the biggest kind of hurdle, have you thought through, so one thing that's coming to mind, I mean, we're starting to see evidence on tutoring, right? I mean, and if the profile here is, say, moderately educated or even high school educated folks, just as a class of interventions that would then, jobs that would have huge demand, that could be something worth exploring to see if smartphone-based or remote-based tutoring type jobs could be then something that people could do for an hour or two. So, and again, I'm channeling this from our work in Tamil Nadu in the Illam Thedi Kalvi, right, where even a stipend of 1,000 rupees a month had, got 4 times as many applicants as there were jobs, and women, I mean, typically the job was 4 to 6 in the afternoon, which is, just before the evening dinner and there's downtime. And then, of course, there, when you talk to the women, a big part of what they're valuing is kind of just the status in the community, that you're out and the kids are calling you Didi and you're doing the teaching. So anyway, so I'm just thinking like this is an existence result, but if we want to push this further into the real world, thinking hard about what are the broader classes of tasks that could be done this way would be great.
Yeah, both great questions. So Karthik, on the first, the wages, the medium wage at about $150 a month. So the market wage for this sort of work somewhere seems to be about 120. So it's between the low and the medium, closer to the medium wage. As the tasks themselves get more complex, but they can still be done on a smartphone in a similar way, the wages can also increase. So we were providing very basic tasks and providing a very high amount of money for that, but we could pay even the high wage if the tasks in themselves got more complex. It does require a slightly higher level of skill set or experience with this sort of work. The productivity, hence, was quite similar between the minimum requirements were being met because the tasks were so basic that women were able to do it. And maybe the productivity lowers further with work from home as the tasks get more complex. And that's something that I think we need to test. But something that could go hand in hand with that is we could provide more feedback and training to women, which was not provided at all as part of this experiment, that could also increase productivity. Another way of increasing productivity is by introducing some sort of hybrid models where women are coming into work maybe just once a month and getting training, talking to other people, learning about strategies that work. We haven't tried these out, but these have been potential solutions that firms have themselves brought up, being like, if you can introduce some of these, maybe work from home might become more amenable. And I think to your second question, absolutely. I think if you have also any ideas for other types of tasks that women can do from home that would serve as even longer term employment opportunities and are truly marketable skills, we're really open to doing that. I think we've been struggling a lot where firms, there is this mismatch, and I think firms are not necessarily willing to go this extra mile to figure out how to design this because it's not really in their best interest. But if somebody were to figure that out for them, maybe we could get a few to start piloting and experimenting on this. Yes, Virginia.
One thinking about is essentially what's in that for firm, and you think one of the thing I look at it is the other way around, where even the lower wages women are willing to work, right? So what is the firm perspective that this could be done, and what tasks, like say, Karthik's things is like, where does this kind of differential can come up would be a great thing to think more about.
Yeah, I mean, the implication of this, which is that it's okay to pay women less to get them to enter, is not a great result. And it's not the reality that we would like to push for. But in general, to get more women to enter the workforce, even to begin with, giving more importance to flexibility constraints than wages is a way for really getting more of them to enter. And over time, increasing wages as their productivity also increases, and as over time with experience, I think maybe the right way to getting more women, I think, is probably the way to think about it. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, yes, girl. Well, I'm curious, do you look at other measures of well-being of the women? So, what about their mental health, their stress? Do they feel less overworked in the at-home jobs as opposed to the jobs later? And then does that affect retention of women in these jobs?
Yeah, great question. We do have measures of mental health in this study. However, it's a short term, so 2 months long duration of the intervention, and we use clinical measures of mental health, PHQ-9. We also use tension and stress. There does seem to be declines in tension and stress as self-reported. Not very different between home and office, actually, because even women working from the office who did, they really, really liked it. And so that might be driving differences in this. But women that had worse mental health to begin with are 33% more likely to actually start working in a job, either from home or from the office. So it does seem that seems to play into actually the deciding factor to enter, but may not affect, at least in the short run, their actual mental health clinical measures in the short duration. But we're doing long-term follow-ups for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have my personal assistant, Anant Nyshadham.
I was just going to use that joke, and now I got to think of another one while I'm giving this talk. How do I do this? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to really lean into the rules of no introduction in the sense that this is going to build so much off of what Lisa and Suhani just presented. The task is going to be different, the setting is going to be different, but the core question is the same, which is like, how do you, is work from home viable? Why is it viable? Is it good? And so on. So just like jump, kind of right into that in some sense. The two things that we're going to really focus on here is, I'll describe the task here in a minute, but is when offering the ability to work from home versus work from a very nearby workshop. This is in the Village workshop. To what degree does multitasking really play a role? We have this concept of it, but like, can we quantify how much multitasking really matters by doing really rich time use measurements? And then also kind of trying to be, as rigorous as we can be about measuring productivity and unpacking how productivity evolves in the workshop versus at home and why. So those are two things that I think are going to be slightly different here, or build on what we've seen up till now, and that's why I'm kind of very excited to get feedback from the room about where do we go from here. So the one other thing I want to highlight is that, yes, of course, I'll answer many questions. My guess is that I will say far too little in the next few minutes about this study, and I'll probably leave a whole bunch of questions unanswered. But I definitely also want to hear what you want to see, because we're a third of the way into this sample. We have the opportunity to, and one of the arms that, cross-cutting randomizations that I'll mention in a minute, is already showing that it doesn't matter, and so we don't really need to continue it. So we have the ability here to kind of augment the study and do something. So whatever is this room in particular is interested in, we want to know. Okay? So this is in Nimrana district in Rajasthan. There's an organization called the Kala Trust that, kind of their business as usual. We didn't create this for this project. It's one of many of these types of organizations that tries to leverage village labor for traditional kinds of types of activities, and link that to some sort of demand or supply chain. It's not terribly high volume, but it's an organization that has been now selling products that it's making in this way for quite some time, and it's got some medium scale and it's sustainable and so on. So that all of those things are kind of exciting and interesting in the sense that, if we can actually understand how to make this very productive, this is actually a business, and there's others like it, and so there's scope to potentially scale this up. As I said, we are targeting kind of a population of 500 women who are enrolled in the study, either in the work from home or work from village workshop arm, and like I said, we're about kind of a third of the way through that. The eligibility criteria are basically women 18 to 60, we're not restricting too much there, willing to take up training and work for the next 10 weeks. So the timeline is also very similar to, several of the studies we've been seeing up till now. Not currently employed in any income generating activities outside the home. Of course, they're no doubt doing productive things at home. And presently not enrolled in any educational institutions, so that we're really interested in exactly those kind of not employed and like potentially employable kind of women, presently employable. And then there is this constraint that they have to, it's crochet production. They're making crochet products, mostly like blouses and things like that. And so certainly you need to have the motor skills required to do that type of production. I don't know that that excluded that many. I wish I knew the number, but I don't think it was that big a deal. But just because we are allowing women up to the age of kind of 60 and so on to do this, there might have been some. Here's the experimental design. It's really straightforward. Randomization at the individual level. We stratify by baseline productivity and a few other things that I didn't put on the slide and now I can't remember, but I'll look at it. The main first treatment here is going to be kind of what we've seen up till now, is just half of them are going to be offered a work from workshop. They're all enrolled in whether they're interested to work. Half of them are going to be assigned to work from the workshop. Half of them are going to be assigned to work from home. Of course, there's a margin after that point. You've already said you're interested in this job, but there's definitely a margin after that point where you can say, well, now that I got assigned to work from workshop, I'm not really going to do it. I'm not interested. So you had some who actually said, I'm not interested anymore. They were fairly few, but there definitely were people who just didn't produce. And so we're going to see that margin. It's going to be smaller than what we've seen up till now because it's ex post, having enrolled in this general idea and then being assigned. And so I think you see kind of like about half the size of the effect on that margin. We had this other arm we were interested in. I think, to be honest, we did a bunch of piloting before this, and we were kind of interested, of course, in this general notion about norms and whether norms would be a really hard kind of binding constraint that would be hard to relax. I think our priors were certainly that we want to believe that economic incentives and the right flexible opportunities should be able to overcome any of those issues, and that this shouldn't matter. We might have cooked it a little bit in some sense, but it doesn't matter in the sense that for this population, we've already you've enrolled in this there's going to be a possibility, one, that you have to work from the workshop and not necessarily be able to do it in the privacy of your own home, but then in each of these arms, you might also then have the possibility of having like a public poster put up that says that who's doing this as a means of like advertising for future kind of workers and so on. I'm not going to really talk about that today because it turns out we have pretty small and very insignificant effects of this. And if anything, the poster is a positive thing for the work from home group. So they're actually, given you're doing it in, if you're assigned to do it in the privacy of your own home, you're actually marginally more interested or work more if people know about it. So it doesn't go the way that one might think, but in any case, it's mostly a zero. So given that I don't have that much time, I'm actually, I've got tables and figures and stuff behind this, but I want to just really tell the story and then see if we can kind of talk more about where to go from here. So broadly speaking, like I said, on the take-up margin, women who get assigned to work from home are 17% more likely to take up the job offer, and that's significant. That's about half, I think, of what we've seen in some of these other studies. And again, I think I've explained why I think that kind of is consistent. But there's this intensive margin version of the extensive margin in some sense also, which is like, okay, you said you're going to take up the job, but on any given day, do you actually do the work? Well, there you see a much bigger difference where the work from home on any given day is like almost 50% more likely to actually work at least an hour or produce at least one unit. The thing that I think is, so certainly work from home is they achieve vastly more output than work from workshops, so more than 80% more per unit time. And so, or sorry, not per unit time, per like week. So in a day or a week of production, if you average all that out, the work from home is making 80+% more. How does that break down? What's kind of contributing to that? Well, a big part of that is more hours. They're making 81 or 83% more output, and they're working for 64% more hours. So, of course, there's something obvious here, but it's certainly a big part of it is that you're finding the time to do it when you're at home. Where is that time coming from? 2/3 of it is coming from leisure time, so like sleep and rest and personal care grouped together. Less than 1/4 of it is coming from domestic chores, which is again consistent with what we've seen so now. You're not really, you're not significantly able to reduce your domestic chores, but if I'm just doing an accounting exercise, you get like 20% of that time is coming from that on average. 10% of the additional time is coming from multitasking, and all the multitasking is where you say you're crocheting as your main activity, but you're also doing childcare as a second activity. Almost nothing else. Almost no other multitasking happens. But this is significant. The work from home, because we have the capacity to multitask at the workshop as well, similar to what we were just saying, you're allowed to bring your kids. Then you find that, now I'm forgetting the numbers, I have them back here, but a substantial portion of the work from workshop are actually bringing their kids there and multitasking with childcare, but the work from home are 63% more likely to be multitasking at all with childcare. the big thing that I think is really interesting here also is that, of course, multitasking matters. You're finding more time to do this. It's about maybe the flexibility of when to work whenever you want in the home. You have the ability whenever you might have some downtime, which seems to be what you're doing. But you're definitely actually more productive. So on average, we're getting 9 to 12% more productivity, which is not a small amount. We only have 133, so our p-values are like 0.13 and 0.2, depending on how we measure it. But I feel confident that if we keep going, that's gonna become significant. Or actually, it is significant in quality-adjusted output. So we've got some, at least 1 star somewhere, so I can say. But the question is why? So the big thing that I think is really interesting that I have no time, so I'm gonna show one graph that I think is the story here. And we don't have any conference intervals here because Madhukari literally ran this while we were having our last coffee break, which is why my slides are not downloaded onto the computer, but have to see it. So what's happening? You're finding more time to work from home. So it might be that the work from workshop is learning a bit faster in some sense per day or week. But each of those days or weeks, you're just able to make less output and because you're spending less hours. So you get further out on the learning curve if you're working from home, right? Very simply, if I'm doing almost twice the amount of hours or whatever, 65%, 2/3 more hours, I'm gonna get further out. And I'm making 80% more output per unit time. I'm gonna get further out on the learning curve. And that is basically exactly our kind of 10%, you gotta squint at the lens, but that's basically exactly the kind of 10, 12% increase in productivity we're getting. I want to emphasize though, yeah, we gotta stop. The one thing that I think is interesting is that I don't think this is insignificant in the sense that, this is a week, you're talking about doing the same amount of output in a week versus 2 weeks, right? Or making 250 units, which is not dissimilar to kind of the way this output goes or the way these jobs go. So you might actually be less productive task on task if you were doing this for real. Let me stop, sorry.
Since I have the mic. Oh, no. No, so the one thing that seems very strange, so it feels this must be a very unique class of production where the home production is as productive as kind of being on an assembly line, and so you said crochets, right? So if I was to think about the total mass of textile production or exports, what fraction of that is accounted for by this very niche kind of handicraft style almost, right? That you do at home. So is this almost like a class of output that's not meant to quote unquote, be industrial? I remember in Tamil Nadu, you'll get all these hand loom weavers kind of saying, oh, the power looms are putting us out of business. So, how much of this is kind of that segment of the textile industry?
No, that's a great point. I don't have those statistics, but I know that in some sense, this is yes, one person to product. There's no even when you're in the workshop, nobody's passing garments back and forth or anything. They're all making their own units. So and then that would be the case irrespective of our experiment. You're just all crocheting a full shirt, or for a full bag or whatever. And it's not as uncommon as you would think. So I don't have the statistics, but for example, Inditex, H&M, they make these products. And these products then go through the same firms that we're talking to and get subcontracted to cooperatives and groups of people who either, depending on the compliance issues, they do it in their village or they have to come to a room in the factory, but they kind of do it just like this.
Yeah, no, because I guess there's a meta point in all of this. There's the gender aspect, and then there's just productivity, right? And so anyway, it sounds like this is then a class of output that just exists, and there's demand. So that's good.
Madhukari, sorry, can you do this in a line, or you have to do this individually with hand, by hand?
Crochet?
Yeah. It has to be by hand.
You can't use machine. You can't use a machine. It has to be.
And there's no value in passing that. That's my understanding. There's no value in being I'll do this part and then I'll give it to you. But I don't think.
So, but it's a segment of the market that's willing to pay a price premium for the crochet because clearly the output per worker must be much lower than.
Yeah, And there's other stuff like this, embroidery, hand embroidery, and other things like this that are similar. So it's not its own unique thing. There's other classes like this that are in demand by big brands like H&M and
Yeah, so knowing the shares, I think, would be super useful.
and I think Ralph Lauren and stuff. But I got it. Yeah.
We have maybe time for one more question.
Sorry, I got the mic already. Basically, I mean, because you asked, like, if there's other treatment arms which would be interesting, and I'm going to assume you have unlimited funding, is that like a wage arm, I think. Just because I feel like as we're finding more like things that are working in this literature finally, like it'd be helpful to have those sort of MBPF style like benchmarks of what's the dollar value of easing these constraints. I think it facilitates comparison. Of course, I think Lisa and Sohani can also do that uniquely. And then also I feel like it's a helpful citation for the rest of us to show that the neoclassical way of labor supply is not really like obvious in this space. Yeah.
So you'd vary the pay, basically.
Yeah, I think to just show that, like, instead of just paying more versus like work from home, like what's that dollar value and how can we compare other interventions?
Awesome.
Thank you.
I need to know. Sorry I took up too much time, but I want to talk about more ideas of what we're supposed to do. So I'll harass you all in the break.
All right. Next we have Rashi Sabharwal from Penn.
Okay, great. So a lot of my work, maybe, can I move this? Maybe? I'm just going to do that. So a lot of my work focuses on problem solving, so downstream consequences of employment. But today I'm going to talk to you about kind of preferences for job characteristics in line with kind of some of the work that we've seen already. And this is very early stage work with Emily Rains at Tulane and Eric Wibbles at Penn. So to start off, I am going to do just a little bit of motivating because it is a little bit of a different market than what we've been talking about. So we know that there's a substantial gap between demonstrated participation in labor force, depending on which year PLFS decides to double the estimates. And then there's also, we find very high stated aspiration for work. So in our survey, 91% of the women say that they aspire to work. And in contrast, there's 70% of employed women actually in the informal sector. So, and this is in low and middle income countries in particular. And then this varies, depending on like rural to urban context. And so we're interested to understand, do preferences for risk and informality help explain some of this gap between stated and demonstrated preferences in female labor force participation? And then what's going on within the household? So do different household members assess, like how do they assess diverse and competing features of jobs? So people in the room have done a lot of work, right, on like what are the attractive features of job for women, including these non-wage amenities, flexible jobs close to home. And then what we're kind of interested in is what do women make of this like job security and tenure aspect? And there's a bunch of work in informality and employment risk that shows that employment risk induces risk aversion in other realms, like precautionary savings, and it also increases demand for programmatic and non-programmatic welfare. So there's spillovers of risk into other realms of people's lives. And so that would make us think that people actually have risk preferences for informal jobs, and then we're interested in understanding, is there a gendered aspect to these risk preferences? So we conducted a study in Jaipur, India, among low-income respondents living across 30 informal settlements. So these are not resettlement housing. This is like one peg lower than that. And we interviewed both men and women about preferences for women's jobs. So just some descriptives to kind of, like fix ideas of where we are. So we conducted this survey in 2023. There's still a high gender gap in employment, but in our sample, women are actually, 30% of the women actually are employed. So that's higher than the national average in 2023. So this is a segment where more women are working than we would expect, but they're working for very low wage jobs. So they're earning about 5,000 rupees or 60 USD per month. And then these are really informal jobs. So we asked women who are working, do you have ESI, PF, or gratuity benefits? And 92% say they don't. And then we also asked if they have written contracts, and 85% said that they don't. So again, just to kind of reiterate, these are just like, this is a segment where there's just like a lot of informality in employment. And this informality in employment is affecting job satisfaction for women more so than men. So when we asked women, how satisfied are you with your job, women with informal jobs were more dissatisfied than women with formal jobs. So there is something this leads us to expect that there might be something going on in terms of like gender differences in preferences for risk. And so then we design a conjoint experiment where we vary a few characteristics of jobs. So we asked specifically about jobs for women, and we asked both men and women about these jobs for women. So we said, imagine you are told about a job opportunity by a relative or friend for you, your wife, or your daughter-in-law, depending on who the respondent was. I'm going to give you two scenarios. Please tell me which job you'd prefer. This doesn't mean that the person would actually take the job. We just want to know which job you think is better. So this is very clearly in the world of stated preferences for jobs that kind of currently exist in the real world. So we said that the first job pays, and then we varied the wage rate you'd be expected to work. We varied the working hours and the flexibility. But some weeks your salary would be cut to, and that's where we introduce wage and job tenure risk. And then we also varied the work site location and co-worker identity. So just going into this, we expected to see kind of, pretty big differences based on these like non-wage amenities, right? So we expected to see a lot about like tenure risk, maybe work site location and co-worker identity. And the dependent variable was which of these two jobs would you prefer? And then we also asked quite a few questions on like, would you take the job if you were offered? Why or why not? And then I have some slides on that, which I can get into in the Q&A as well. So our key findings are actually, in line with what Sahani and Lisa find, that wage really does matter. And people are quite sensitive, especially these like high wage jobs, are quite sensitive to having preference for jobs. And work and wage and job tenure also matter. So people are quite sensitive to this like 40% fired in any given week, as well as to the 60% salary deduction in any given week. And I think some of these are also, especially the tenure and salary risk, some of these have interesting consequences for gig work, right? Because gig work also has some of this variation in how much work you can find and how often can you find the work. And we see kind of the next set of results, right, which is in line with what we know already, is that work site does matter, but once you're outside the settlement, kind of where you are you 10 minutes away, are you 15 minutes away, 20 minutes, 50 minutes? That doesn't seem to vary as much. So as soon as you're outside the settlement, there's less preference for work. And then surprisingly, the coworker identity doesn't seem to matter as much. And that was a really surprising result. And I think we wanted to do some more unpacking of why that doesn't seem to matter. But the big takeaway here is in terms of like wages and job-related risk. We also broke down the results by gender. And this was another set of interesting and surprising results. I think I expected women to have kind of like far more preferences or different preferences from men because these were jobs for women. But actually we see that there's like almost near perfect overlap across gender for job preferences. So that means that men hold certain preferences and women have internalized those preferences or vice versa. But within the household, there's pretty tight coordination. Except we see that there's like some movement on risk. So men seem to be a bit more sensitive to not wanting to take up jobs if 40% are fired as opposed to the no specified risk. So just to kind of summarize some of the key takeaways. So that high-wage jobs for women are absolutely seen as more attractive, and so we do kind of need to be paying attention to the wage rates that we're setting. But also salary and tenure risk, despite being ubiquitous features of jobs, kind of make jobs unattractive. And again, just to reiterate, I think as we're thinking about like gig work, these are kind of things to kind of keep in mind. Is to like try not to repeat the problems in informal work in the gig economy. And then we also see that household members are fairly well coordinated on preferences for jobs, and then men might be more risk averse than women. I think some of the things that we want to do, as I said, this is initial work, and we're trying to kind of figure out kind of where to take this forward, and I'd love to hear feedback along those lines as well. So we want to do qualitative interviews to learn about kind of, why do people not seem to care so much about coworker identity, or like, what does this risk mean for people? And then also to investigate the reasons for the gender gap in the job rejection. So men were actually less likely to reject the jobs than women. Women were more likely to say, no, we don't want these jobs. And then we also found like differences by gender in reasons. So men seem to be, I think I have let me just kind of skip to that. So men seem to be more sensitive to community disapproval than women do, and this is kind of in line with previous work that men tend to internalize the social costs as opposed to women. So we also want to do a bit more qualitative work around, trying to understand the social costs aspect of it. So I'll stop there, and yeah, I'd love to hear questions and feedback. Yep, Gareth.
Sort of notes.
Yeah.
So we think, was this like about like Jati or about sort of Varna? They were asking about when you say same caste.
Yeah,
and the sample itself, was it mostly kind of very low, like sort of Dalits, or about OBCs, or is there some high class mix in there as well? And is there variation?
Yeah, there was a mix. That's a good point. I haven't looked at the variation, but yeah, it was actually by Jati. So we said it would be women from your same jati, both women and men from your jati, and then women from different jatis. Yeah, exactly.
I'm just wondering that what women or men expect from informal jobs might be different than formal jobs, and what they've internalized as their priors for this job and how this is affecting it, because we are seeing slightly very different results when we are trying to do something with formal jobs.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to think like maybe there's prior about informal versus formal jobs, kind of jobs they want to take, and that's affecting what the response they're giving.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't, yeah, you're right. I mean, we did, the reason why we kind of set up in the conjoint, right, like one of the attributes is just no specified risk. So we actually just didn't mention that these were informal jobs, and we didn't mention that there was risk at all. But yeah, these are, we were also not saying that we've come from a company and we're offering jobs, right? So there was like some notion of informality probably embedded in how people understood the conjoint. Yeah, I think that's also something that would be interesting to kind of understand in the qualitative work, is like how do people kind of, once you mention a factory or once you mention a company, kind of how does that change people's ideas of safety, security, things like that. Yeah. Ricardo?
Last question.
I'm just curious, you mentioned that you asked this also to mother-in-law, right? About the daughter-in-law?
Yeah.
Do you see any meaningful difference in what they...
No, surprisingly not. Yeah, no meaningful differences by like person in household position, which, I mean, but I think that makes a lot of sense in that I think women have just internalized, right? Like the household power dynamics, right? So they know that there are costs to depart from the household position, and so they just don't. I don't think we figured out, how do you get women to say kind of like maybe what's really driving, or like, what they really care about. But in this survey, yeah, we didn't manage to find any differences.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you very much. We're going to get started now. Rachel unfortunately couldn't join us, so the next presenter is going to be Teresa Molina from University of Hawaii.
Thank you. Excited to be here to present this paper, which is joint with many people in this room. And it is about worker voice in the garment manufacturing industry, where the vast majority of workers are women. And garment jobs are often characterized by low wages, high turnover, and a limited ability of workers to express their concerns and their grievances to their employer. So in other words, there's limited worker voice. And so we think that enhancing worker voice in these firms has the potential to improve the lives for a large share of working women in lower and middle income countries. So the goal of our study is to, oh, timing person there. I was like, where did he go? The goal of our study is to examine the effects of a phone-based worker voice tool on a range of worker outcomes like quitting, absenteeism, productivity, salary, as well as some survey-based worker outcomes that we will look at as well. We are importantly very interested in the importance of HR incentives. So we're interested in how important it is to incentivize HR staff to provide high quality and prompt responses to the grievances that are submitted to this worker voice tool that I'm going to tell you about. Our partner firm is the largest ready-made garment exporter in India, and its workers are predominantly women. So 79% of our sample are women. Now, our paper is an experiment, so we're going to be randomizing at the factory level. We have 41 factories, which we randomly assign to one of three groups. There's a control group, a tool-only group, which receives the worker voice tool only. We have a second treatment group, the tool plus incentives group, which receives the worker voice tool and this HR incentive scheme that I'll tell you about in a couple of slides. We're going to be using administrative data on quit rates, absenteeism, productivity, and salary, and we're going to complement this with 3 rounds of surveys. So as you can see in this timeline, we started this project back in 2019. We phased in the tool starting late 2019, early 2020, and then we actually rolled out the incentive, the HR incentive intervention, kind of just after the start of COVID. And because of COVID, we conducted our midline and endline surveys over the phone. So the intervention officially, the study officially ends in July 2021 because that's when the tool was rolled out in the control units. So a little bit more detail about this tool, which is called Enache. Workers will submit a text-based voice message or voice note to a dedicated contact number. And when they do this, an anonymous message appears on the HR portal. HR can respond and ask for follow-up information, so there's this 2-way anonymous communication that is possible. In this study, workers ended up using Enache for a wide range of grievances, primarily work culture and bank and salary related issues, but also things like factory equipment, factory amenities related concerns, canteen food complaints, and then even a few cases of sexual harassment complaints. Now in terms of the HR incentive scheme, this was a monthly scheme whereby every month HR teams, any HR team that fulfilled the following criteria would get some sort of in-kind gift. So this ranged from things like mugs to water bottles to tote bags. And I'm not going to read all of the criteria that were involved here, but essentially if at various stages, 90% of all cases were moved on to the next stage within 1 working day, and if quality was deemed appropriate, the HR team would receive a prize. And it was the whole team, not just individual HR members. There was also a grand prize awarded to the factory with the best performance, as well as additional rewards for having several months of continuous success. Now, our empirical strategy is going to involve 2 regression. So our base one is I'm calling this the pooled regression because we're just looking at the total effect of the tool and the total effect of the incentives. And I just want to clarify here just to highlight that these dummies, so this is a tool dummy, incentive dummy, those are not dummies for the different groups, they're dummies for actually having the tool at time t. So this turns on when any factory, either in the tool group or the tool plus incentive group, starts receiving the tool. And then this dummy, this incentive dummy, switches on when that third group, the incentive plus tool group, starts receiving the incentives. We also run a dynamic specification in order to trace out the effects over time. So we split up the study period into 6 time periods, roughly 3 months each. And we separately estimate the effects of, again, tool and incentive, but over this time frame. So all of the results that I'm going to show you are going to look something like this, or most of them are, showing you the pooled specification here, where this first coefficient gives you the effect of the tool by itself. That's essentially the beta t from the previous slide. This next estimate that I'm showing you here is the sum of beta t and beta I, so this is the total effect of the joint package. And so you can see for quitting and some of our other outcomes, the pooled specification masks some interesting heterogeneity over time. So if we're looking by period, we see that the tool actually either didn't have an effect or it maybe even worsened quitting initially, but starting in periods 3 and 4, we start to see significant negative effects on quitting, especially driven by the tool plus incentives group. For absenteeism as well, we see kind of just that this original specification masks some interesting heterogeneity over time. And again, we see sort of positive effects on absenteeism initially, and then reductions for periods 3 to 5. And these effects seem to be similar for the two groups. So there does not seem to be an additional effect of the incentives here. And the effects on salary largely mirror the effects on absenteeism, which makes sense because your salary is determined by how often you show up at work. And so once again, here we see nothing much or maybe even negative effects initially, and then improvements in salary for the next 3 periods. And I didn't mention this earlier, but there seems to be some sort of fade out by period 6. Now, when we look at productivity, the pooled and dynamic specifications actually yield kind of a similar story here, whereby we see no effect of the tool by itself, right? The tool by itself does not seem to affect productivity, but when you have the total package, there seems to be a positive and significant effect of the tool plus incentives jointly, which is, in this case, overall statistically significantly different from the effect of the tool on its own. I also mentioned that we're going to look at some survey outcomes. So this is just a table summarizing this instead of figures. Now, we do have limited power for a lot of this, but generally we see kind of a similar pattern that really shows up in this middle column here, where we don't really see anything going on for the tool by itself, but the additional incentives seem to generate benefits in terms of confidence in reporting issues. And we think that this might have something to do with the larger effects on productivity when the incentives are in play. And so to dig into this a little bit more, we see, indeed, if we look at just the cumulative number of cases filed in the 2 different treatment groups, we see many more cases filed in the tool plus incentives group. And we can see that in terms of the types of cases, this appears to be driven mostly by work culture-related grievances, as well as factory equipment and amenities. And I'm happy to dive into this a little bit more in the Q&A, but we think it's more about these factory equipment and amenities having these, things like, oh, this machine is broken or it's too hot on the factory floor. Those types of things potentially leading to direct productivity improvements. Which happy to talk about that more. And so just in sum, we find that this worker voice tool reduced quitting and absenteeism and increased salary after around 6 months of null or even opposite signed effects. Interestingly, and the worker voice tool generated improvements in productivity, but only for factories where the HR incentives were in place. And I want to mention here that we find this particularly interesting because in our previous work on worker voice, we had found effects on absenteeism and quitting in cases where HR was not incentivized. And here for the first time, we're actually incentivizing HR, and for the first time, we're finding improvements in productivity. Kind of maybe an explanation for this is that the incentives increase the reporting of grievances related to things like work culture and factory equipment and amenities. Thank you very much.
Yes. I was wondering whether you look at whether management then took action to respond to the grievances, because I'm just wondering whether this could create a situation where you're raising dissatisfaction or you're raising your
Yeah, so I think we looked at it in the sense that I dug through kind of what happens in the you kind of can see the interactions, and for some things that are simple to handle, you saw that machine was broken, they went and fixed the machine. There are some other things that are, I think, a bit more vague and maybe harder to handle, like oh, I feel like my salary is too low, and they just say something like, oh, well, talk to your manager for promotion opportunities, or maybe something about financial planning or something like that. And I think those are probably, the responses to those are probably a little bit more unsatisfactory. So I think it depends on the types of cases, but for a lot of these things, they were able to address.
I see. No, because then you could do some heterogeneity. If you can measure that, you could do some heterogeneity by whether
That's true.
it was actually met or not.
Right. That's a good point. Yeah.
Because I just wonder if sometimes firms are hesitant to have these type of voice interventions because they're like, oh, but then if nothing happens, even just like a normal pulse survey, nowadays is seen as a way to
Right. No, that's a good point. And actually, initially we weren't finding the initial effects, at least for absenteeism and quitting, weren't great. So maybe that was happening initially. Maybe they were submitting complaints and they weren't getting handled. So yeah, that could have been happening.
Thanks so much. So I think this is a related question, but I was wondering, for something like the quits in the per period specifications, was that total quits or is that quits in that month?
In that month.
Okay, so then would it be consistent with like what it changes is the timing of quits, like the people who are dissatisfied quit in the first few months?
Yeah.
And then like the reason that it looks that there were fewer quits in subsequent months are because like the people who were dissatisfied, like they said something, maybe they were not happy with the response and then they left, and then like the total number of quits, there's no effect? Or it would be, I guess it would be nice to see like the total number of quits versus like monthly quits.
Right, no, that strikes me as possible. I'd have to think a bit more about, the construction of how we do that. But I think that's could be what's going on with the quitting, at least.
I'm really curious about the use of the tool, and if you think what's going on is that the tool is raising expectations, like the hostel takeover paper that you also have. So is it raising expectations? Like, are there, if you have a very small number of people using the tool, is it like are there spillovers that? I'm just curious about what's going on with the people who aren't using the tool, and how is it changing there?
Based actually on a previous paper, not the hostile takeover one, we find that tools like this, I think, can have spillover effects. So here, I can't remember the actual usage rate, but in previous
10%, 9%?
Yeah, that definitely in the previous study was it's quite low. So I think a lot of this is definitely just, now I can report things if I want to, or so it's not about actually using the tool. And so I think part of it is just this expectations about being able to do so. Yeah.
I think the pattern that we saw, we were maybe squeezing too much out of it, but the fact that absenteeism and quitting kind of worse, if anything, to start with, in some of those timeline graphs. Absenteeism in particular is pretty explicitly worse, and before it gets better. Turnover also may look like that. That's both tool-only factories and the factories that ultimately get incentives before they got the incentives. And so I really, you can push it only as far as you want, but I really get a sense that there was a set of expectations that were initiated when the tool came in. In the absence of the incentives, people weren't necessarily tracking how quickly they responded or making the effort to communicate back. But our incentives were about that. They were about clearance rate, time to clearance, and responding. So I think that is consistent with it. Then once that kicks in, expectations being more met or something like that.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next we've got Garima Sharma from Northwestern.
Yes, and the clicker works. Okay, great. So I thought that this was going to be 20 minutes, but it is 10. So we'll see how this goes. I'm very excited to present this work on monopsony and gender. So this paper is motivated by the presence of very large gender wage gaps all over the world, but especially in developing countries. In India, for example, the average woman only earns 65% as much as the average man, and in Brazil, only 72%. Now, these gender wage gaps could emerge because women are less productive than men, or perhaps employers engage in taste-based discrimination. But they could also arise because the labor market is less competitive for women than it is for men. And that's what I'm exploring in this paper. Now, this idea of monopsony by gender is really as old as monopsony itself. When Joan Robinson first introduced the concept, she said that a type of discrimination may arise whereby men and women, if equal efficiency, is paid at different rates, if their conditions of supply are different. And these conditions of supply may be especially different in developing countries. For example, because they are less safe for women, because women have sparser job networks in these countries. And there's also this idea that only certain types of work is proper for women to be doing. All of these can lead employers to have higher monopsony power over women compared to over men. Okay, so in this paper, I'm studying monopsony in the textile and clothing manufacturing industry in Brazil. This industry employs over 90 million workers across developing countries. It's the second largest industrial employer in Brazil, and the gender wage gap is about 35 percentage points. That's what we're going to try to explain. So I will do 3 things in this paper. First, I use firm-specific demand shocks to estimate men and women's firm-specific elasticities of labor supply, and these are what determine markdowns in a standard monopsony model. So the share of a worker's marginal product that she earns as her wage is rising in this elasticity of labor supply. In a perfectly competitive labor market, labor supply to an employer is perfectly elastic and workers are paid exactly their marginal product. But under imperfect competition, labor supply to individual employers is less elastic. I find that this elasticity is on average lower for women than for men. So employers have more monopsony power over women compared to over men. So in the second part of the paper, I will develop a simple model to understand why employers have this high monopsony power over women. And the model features what I think are 2 quite intuitive forces. The first is that women may prefer their specific employer more than men. So I like employer A, that's close to my home, and Lisa likes employer B, that's close to her home. It's a discrete choice model, so this preference for specific employers is going to show up as horizontal differences across employers. I like employer A, and Lisa likes employer B. The second force is that women may have fewer good employers than men, for example, because only a few employers provide the types of amenities that are valued by women. Things like maternity leave, flexibility, childcare, and so on. Or it could be that women are only good at doing certain jobs. So they are very good tailors, but very bad construction workers, whereas men are both very good tailors and very good construction workers. This is going to show up as vertical differences across employers. Some employers will be better for women than others. Women will flock to these employers. They will become larger in women's labor market and end up having more monopsony power over them. And finally, I'll probably not have time to go to this, but once I know the determinants of monopsony, I'll study how policy can remedy the monopsony-induced gender wage gap by changing things like safety, amenities, and productivity. Okay, so turning to the quasi-experiment, my shock is the end of the multi-fiber arrangement that lifted quotas on Chinese exports of very specific textile and clothing products. So while men's t-shirts of cotton were under quota, men's shirts of cotton were not under quota. When these quotas expired, Chinese exports of the affected products grew 270% in a single year. Brazilian exports of the affected but not unaffected products fell by about 20 percentage points. This is a firm-specific demand shock in the Brazilian textile and clothing manufacturing industry. It affected the subset of employers that were exporting these products that had been under quota in China, but not exporters of other products. And the shock affected about 2% of establishments in the garment industry and about 10% of employment. Okay, so I find that in response to the shock, employers lower both men and women's wages by about 10 percentage points. But over time, men's wages fully recover, whereas women's wages remain persistently lower, even 5 years later. Okay, and this is driven almost entirely by the fact that men leave their employers at much higher rates than women. So 3 to 5 years after the shock, the women are 5 percentage points more likely to have left their employer. The men are 10 percentage points more likely to have left. The fact that men leave more in response to the same wage drop suggests that employers have more monopsony power over women compared to over men. I use a standard IV approach where the MFA shock is an instrument for the wage to estimate elasticities. And I find that women's labor supply, on average, the elasticity is 1.2. For men, it is 2.7. This means that the average woman takes home 55 cents on the dollar, the average man takes home 73 cents. This generates an 18 percentage point gender wage gap among equally productive workers, explaining over half the observed gender wage gap in the textile industry. Okay, so why do employers have this high monopsony power over women? First, I'll present some empirical facts that motivate the model. Fact one is that men leave industries much more than women. So 3 to 5 years after the shock, both men and women are about 6 percentage points more likely to have moved to a new employer within the textile industry. But the men are 4 percentage points more likely to have switched industries altogether, whereas the women are no more likely to have switched industries. And this entirely explains the gender gap in leaving. Fact two is that women work in many fewer industries than men. So 11% of women work in the textile sector compared to 3% of men. 60% of women work in their 5 most important sectors compared to 30% of men. 80% of women work in their 10 most important sectors compared to 40% of men. By the way, this is true not just of Brazil, it's also true of India, it's also true of the US, where 1 in 8 women is a teacher or a nurse. So the fact that women disproportionately work in some industries suggests that some industries are better for women than others. This could be because women are only good at those jobs, or it could be that only some industries provide the types of amenities that are valued by women. And finally, fact 3, I will not talk about how we come up with these lists, but in a different paper we use a reveal preference approach on the text of collective bargaining agreements to come up with amenities that are valued by women and by men. Women value things like childcare assistance, maternity protections, men value profit sharing on-call pay. Importantly for this paper, industries differ in the amenities that they offer workers. So textile contracts feature on average 6 female-friendly amenities compared to 4 outside of the industry. Okay, so zooming through the model, but so far we've learned that industries are important for women, potentially because of the amenities that they offer, and this will feature as a prospective source of higher monopsony power in the model. Okay, to remind you, the goal is to model 2 sources of higher monopsony over women. One is that women really prefer their specific employer more than men. I like employer A close to my home. And 2 is that women may have fewer good jobs compared to men, which is going to concentrate their labor market. It is actually important to talk about the model, so I will do so very briefly. It's a standard discrete choice model where the utility that a worker I of group G gets from working at employer J in industry K is rising in the group specific wage at that employer, in the group specific amenity in that industry, in the employer's deviation from this industry norm, and this idiosyncratic worker firm specific shock. So women's preference for their specific employer will be captured by this idiosyncratic preference, which has a 3-nested structure governed by 3 elasticities of substitution across employers, within an industry, across industries, and finally across locations. Okay, so then there's some magic, and you aggregate this to the industry level. Okay, I have 1 minute. Which gives you the inverse markdown facing the average worker, which is the average worker's marginal product over the average worker's wage. Monopsony over the average worker is higher when this object is larger, because the higher marginal product of the average worker over the wage. Monopsony over the average woman is higher if they have a stronger preference for their specific employer. This cross-employer elasticity is lower. They are less elastic across employers. If there are fewer good jobs for women within the textile sector, which makes the textile sector quite concentrated, increases the Herfindahl-Hirschman index of the sector, or if there are fewer good industries for women, which makes the sector itself large. Okay, I showed you that there's an 18 percentage point gender gap due to monopsony. Half of this is because women prefer their specific employer more than men, and half is because good jobs for women are very highly concentrated in the textile sector. This is true, by the way, not just of the textile sector, it's also true in the economy that women are very highly concentrated within some industries. Okay, And if you will permit me 30 seconds, I'll show you one last result, which is why is the textile sector so large for women? Is it because of amenities or is it because of productivity? So in the model, I can infer amenities. I know wages across sectors and I know how large the sector is. So I can back out amenities. Anything that's not drawing women to a sector that's a wage must be an amenity. And I can also directly estimate women's productivity across sectors. Both things give me very similar results. This is the last result that I will leave you with, which is in black I have the gender wage gaps across sectors. There's a gender wage gap in every sector, but they're actually very similar to each other. So then what is entirely drawing women to some sectors more than others are the amenities that are offered by the sector as opposed to these gender wage gaps. And the productivity-based results also show me this. In sum, in this paper, I show that gender differences in monopsony power would generate a pretty large gender wage gap among equally productive workers, about 18%. Half of this is because women really like their specific employer, and half is that good jobs for women are very highly concentrated in some industries. And this is almost entirely because of the amenities that are offered by the sector as opposed to gender gaps in productivity. Thanks.
Well done. Let's take some questions. In the back.
I'll do this without the mic. This experiment doesn't, an episode doesn't let you do this, but is there a sense that this differential pricing power over women's wages, does it show up at the time of joining, or does it show up over time where because you're less likely to kind of have the outside offer to negotiate with? Because I suspect the posted offer is not going to vary by gender, and so that itself I think would be a very useful extension to look at.
Yeah. This is a great question. Actually, the gender gap appears both at the time of hiring and also later. And actually, when I estimate the elasticities, they don't vary by tenure. So it's not that women are becoming less elastic as they spend more time at the firm. They're also less elastic when they have low tenure at the firm. So it's really not a story about tenure, although it could have been, and I think that's an interesting empirical result. Both the gender gaps appear and the elasticity differences at the time.
Permissible to post the same job at different wages by gender? Like, how does this actually just...
So you vary some dimensions of the job. You can call it something else. You can call it tailor A versus tailor B, and that's how they're typically posted separately. Also, the key here is that there's a 35 percentage point gender wage gap, which is both productivity differences and monopsony differences. So I'm saying 18% is monopsony differences, but then the rest could be productivity differences, that these workers are in different jobs. Actually, that was the genesis of this project. I talked about it in the podcast that we did with Ricardo and Akash, which is, these workers that are different in productivity may be different in things that aren't just productivity, and it turns out that they're also different in the elasticity of labor supply. So even if they're doing different work, the entire gender gap between workers that are doing different work is not productivity differences, but rather monopsony differences.
More a comment than a question. I just had the mic, so I'm going to abuse it.
Yes.
What your response to Karthik is really interesting, because I think then it also makes it clear that this pattern is not, it's separate from the limited advancement opportunities for women, even in these kind of female-dominated sectors, which is a separate thing and also contributes to the gender wage gap, I think, a lot. But what you're finding can't be that because it doesn't vary by tenure.
Exactly. Indeed. Yes. Yes.
I just wanted to ask, do you have any idea or sense, you mentioned that women would prefer a certain employer over a certain other employer, so do you have a sense of what's driving those differences?
Yes, I do. That was going to come. So safety importantly mediates women's preference for their specific employer. In less safe locations, they are much less likely. This cross-employer elasticity is, even when there are lots of textile jobs in the labor market, women are much less likely to leave their job. But safety does not have a mediating influence for the men. So yeah, I think that's a big part of it.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you so
great.
much.
Thanks so much.
And finally, we have Smith guy.
Hi everyone. I think this is the last of the talks. So some of the people from next panel are very excited for this talk. Yeah, so this is again co-authored work of a lot of people who are here. But and the context is very similar to what Teresa talked about, same firm. It's just the difference major here is like we are doing this in one firm. So this is the major difference. So we talked about a lot of formal, informal work in the previous session, and this is all about formal work. But the main distinction here is this formal work offers a lot of amenities, but it lacks in one amenity, which is wages, which are very low in these settings, right? So the workers who are in this wages in textile sector are essentially earning around $130, $35 a month. So they are liquidity constraints. So essentially they have difficulty meeting ends meet, difficulty saving, but also essentially they are very vulnerable to small shocks, right? Like not big shocks, even like, oh, my son's school fees are due, I can't, or school has asked for, say, new books, I don't have money to kind of draw it, right? Like, so they face a lot of liquidity crisis, and that financial stress then probably transmits to all aspects of their life, also to their work, right? So this project, what we are trying to do is essentially just this, essentially stage this from our baseline data of like how do they react by reducing food expenses, childcare related expenses are one of the major small things that they are escaping, right? So what we are trying to do is trying to keep the wage constant for them, but kind of try to provide more essentially flexibility to wages, right? So the ideal experiment is that you can essentially withdraw any salary at your at the end of the month. But here what we are trying to do is to provide essentially employer linked services where workers can go and withdraw salary at any point during the month, right? There are some restrictions, but I'll talk about it later. But the idea is that, hey, we can do a bit more than wages, where the flexibility of wages can provide them much more value. So the project here, I'll talk about the interventions and then I'll talk about the research design later, is essentially in a factory floor. We are going to have this tablet there, where workers can go and essentially see based on their attendance how much salary they have earned in this month, and they can withdraw 50% of that salary, right? So if I've earned essentially $100 in this month, I could go check and then withdraw that amount, and that directly gets deposited into their bank account, right? So that's the interventions we are going to do. There are some other details which we can skip, and this is how the app looks like, right? So this essentially they can go scan their QR code to kind of get their IDs, log in and deposit, right? So essentially we are doing this in one factory, where essentially the eligibility criteria is we restricted this to ever married women, and then we are essentially stratified that by household income, because we think that's an important factor, as well as then we have also stratified this randomization by women economic empowerment, right? So we think these are the two major angles that determines how women will use it, so we have stratified that, right? So, and just to give you an idea of timeline, we have, so I'll talk about the data here as well. So essentially for all the workers from March 2023, where we did baseline survey, we have administrative data which is collected throughout the time period, so which is same as Teresa mentioned. We do multiple surveys, so we do a traditional baseline survey here, we do our end-line survey here. What more we do is we do few high frequency surveys here, where each month we essentially, so this essentially round work goes from October to February, so we are doing a subsection of people every month. So we get monthly data, but so this gets round 1, this gets round 2 and round 3. So we have essentially, this round 3 is parallel with end line. So we have like, this is like same set of things we are getting things. The idea is we get more frequent data, And the reason why we don't do entire survey is some of you have done factory, Varun will talk about it, it's very factory time is hard. You can't do lot of surveys within factories, right? So we are trying to find a way around where we are getting multiple observations, right? So, and then essentially in HFS, which is the surveys, we are asking like borrowing in last month, did they have to forgo other expenses, savings, and then end lines are your typical surveys, and outcomes you are measuring turnover, absenteeism, wages, or other benefits. Right? So I think just like quickly going over this, these are like women who are around 32 years old, they're around 3 years into their work, as well as their salary is around $140. One thing to highlight here is around 57% women reported that in last 6 months, their households borrowed something, and they do have some savings account, right? So I think I'll just skip the empirical strategy bit and just go to the main results, which is essentially, so around 34% of women during the study sample reported that at least once they have used this app. Around 12, the total kind of withdrawal was around 12,000 USD. Each person made around 5.2 transactions, and the average withdrawal was around $17, right? And if you see, this kind of shows like major driver of our results is why did you, so in the app when you draw, we have someone supporting that, we ask them why are you withdrawing this money. The major driver was essentially to repay loans, right? And then we see the app users varying, and it's very nice to see why some of the results, these are foreshadowed. For example, people are using it as a need-based thing. For example, this is November 2020, the workers get a Diwali bonus during that month, so you see the usage dropping there, right? So it's kind of corresponds to what we see. And then the other two major expenses are like children and medical related expenses, right? And those kind of like women with high score of asset index are less likely to use it. So women with lower index are using it. Women with essentially who are reported to use more borrowing from informal sources are again using it to repay those loans. And the interesting thing is app usage is low among women who think that they need more permission for their households, right? So I'm just talking about the results. So essentially, as it indicated, you see 33% reduction in borrowing from informal sources. These are kind of, this essentially is one of the major results we find, which is essentially, these are also not already from like interest-based things, these are friends, family as well, right? Essentially, the main thing that has led to is they are able to manage their monthly expenses better, where you see 20% reduction in like likelihood in their monthly expenses, right? So essentially in this middle of the month, I don't have money, so I will reduce my groceries. So this is where women have kind of smoothing things in much better manner. So one thing that major worry was does it disrupt their essentially saving habits or like financial discipline, right? So it might be that they get into this thing, oh, I'll withdraw this month, but then next month it becomes worse for me because now I've withdrawn the money, next month I'm going to get less, right? So we don't see any like reduction in monthly savings by women, or we don't find any increase in essentially regretful spending, right? So there is no negative externality that we are reading here. One thing that does happen is essentially the borrowing from co-workers go down, and then borrowing from family workers go down, right? So it's essentially financial networks are strong within the factories, so we do see reduction in this, right? So I'll just hurry up. So these are the outcomes on worker front. So this is what is happening to worker life. We see the interesting things of essentially worker turnover. We start seeing, we have pretty good results on worker turnover as well as turnover absenteeism. These are mirrored by paid days. So you see if you look at this graph, you see on aggregate end of the time, the treatment workers are working 12 days more across this time frame, right? And then we essentially see a same thing where the The worker payment is linked to their absenteeism, so you see the corresponding essentially financial returns for workers, right? Essentially, we see some results on absenteeism. Only last results I want to highlight is essentially we don't see major other changes, right? We don't see that changing in household bargaining. We don't see like essentially decision-making power on this experiment, but we do see something like, okay, when we ask how confident do you think you can raise money, we see impact here. Also, one of the things that we see women report, that women who can mobilize money, they think that they could be financially exploited by household for this stuff. We see some qualitative evidence here where some women also report that I don't want to withdraw this because then my family would want me to report, so I don't want to just use this app, right? Yeah, I think I'll just end, but I think the main point is amenities matter, and firms can do innovative amenities such as this kind of financial innovation that can essentially improve the existing amenities particularly. Okay, thanks.
Questions?
Yeah, right.
What is the magnitude, I may have missed this, what is the magnitude of the retention improvement and the decline in absenteeism, and how would it compare to other interventions? Because I know, for example, the worker voice also improved retention, so...
I think this is the same magnitude. I will have to compare.
I think this is a larger magnitude.
Yeah.
In turnover reductions.
This is larger.
This is much larger, I think.
Okay.
This is like a 25% decrease in turnover over this time period.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. And actually now, as I said it made me think that it would be nice to characterize who the compliers are to this intervention versus other interventions that you have run, right? Because surely who is adjusting in response to the intervention is different across the various interventions. It may be nice to characterize who the different people are.
So you mean like across, say, if you're a worker voice intervention versus this, who is now driving the attrition kind of
Yeah, exactly.
outcomes?
Like whose retention is being improved by worker voice and whose is improved by this. Because if you think about it, then you would target the intervention to the people who are most likely to respond to it. I think
That's
that may be
interesting.
nice.
Maybe one last question.
So,
Just wanted to ask about whether the digital part of this versus just giving salary advances like employers normally would, how do you think that would compare? And was this factory not already providing advance payments?
So I think the digital part is kind of necessary because this factory was already providing salary advances, but this is where it's discretionary. Like you have to go apply someone and then somebody will actually approve it, and then there it's like long bureaucratic delay. So we actually did look at these numbers, and these were like one person in a factory somewhere gets advance, right? So the digital part is like they can go and do it their own with rather than requiring some support, right? So I think if you can replicate this without digital, that's fine. That would be similar results, but the digital part allows us to kind of do it in real time and without any intervention. Yeah.
Yeah, so one very quick comment. I mean, actually, that's a really fascinating insight, right? So I can imagine the other one. No, because just in terms of framing, because then the framing here is not,
the framing here then seems a lot more like in the public economics literature where there are many, many, many existing government schemes that kind of people don't access because they don't know about it, right? So what you're doing here is not changing a benefit because this is a salary advance, right? The salary advance existed. You're just making it, you're sharply reducing the transaction cost of availing an existing benefit. So that way it's not even costly, so the cost is not. So I was originally thinking about the cost in terms of what's the cost of credit with regard to working capital for the firm versus kind of the cost of borrowing, because that's where the welfare gain will come, because it's not costless, right? Even that 2-week advance. But if it's really being offered already, then the framing really is more in terms of saying here are all these benefits, but how do we get them, how do we get them to people, right? So yeah.
Great.
Thanks,
All right,
everyone.
thank you very much. Why don't we do this? Let's set up for our panel up here. So if the panelists could please come up, and then I'll have the moderator introduce everybody, and we can get started. Okay, so thanks so much, guys, and appreciate everybody plowing through the day. I hope that everyone's got enough coffee and treats to keep to accompany us in the lively discussion. So we're gonna transition now to a couple panels, which we're very excited to have our panelists joining us today to offer sort of perspectives from the outside world, outside the ivory tower. And very excited to hear from you all. I just want to turn it over to Anant Nyshadham, the moderator, and he's going to go ahead and introduce the panelists. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. Very excited to have this panel. We're going to be talking about the potential of the platform economy and kind of how it fits into the gender issues we've been talking about up till now. So we have Karthik Murali from Achyuta here, who's the head of safety net programs. To my left, we have Shelly Steward, who's the chief research officer at the Workers Lab. And we have Todd Greene, who's vice president and executive director of WorkRise Urban Institute. I'm going to allow them to kind of introduce themselves for just a brief couple of sentences or so on what your institution is, if you don't mind, and your particular purview.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, my name is Karthik, and I am the head of safety net programs at Achyuta. Achyuta is a healthcare company with a mission to make exceptional healthcare accessible for everyone. We serve about 500,000 patients. We provide medical services, direct service, wraparound services to patients on a variety of different what we call plans. So you've got folks that are on Medicaid, so people experiencing homelessness, all the way till retirees are on Medicare. One of our guiding beliefs in Achyuta is that healthcare goes beyond just medical care, and it goes into social determinants of care, which includes things like housing insecurity, financial health, and so all our programs encompass these different determinants as we think about care. So.
I think you might need to turn it on. Yeah.
Okay. I'm Shelly Steward, she, her pronouns. I'm Chief Research Officer at the Workers Lab, and we are the nation's home for worker-centered innovation. We do that through investment in worker-centered ideas, through developing technology, new tools that work in partnership with worker organizations to improve workers' lives, and through participatory action research leading to worker-centered policies. Our CEO, Adrian Haro, has stopped by. He's in the back row. Hi, Adrian. Hi. And I lead the research to policy part of that portfolio.
Good afternoon. I'm Todd Greene, and I'm a vice president at the Urban Institute, which is a think tank, Washington, D.C. based think tank, and we focus on social and economic policy across a broad range of topics. There, I also lead an entity called WorkRise, and it's a research to action platform that's focused on providing, researching and bringing research to evidence, into action rather, around opportunities to promote economic mobility for low-wage workers. Our work is oriented around several buckets. So many of them relate to the topics that we've discussed today. They include search and matching, skills and training, but also worker voice and worker power. Employer practices would be another one. Macroeconomic policies. So it's great to see a presentation on monopsony. And then also social determinants of work would be the other area that so we invest in scholars to undertake cutting edge research with the idea that that research will be placed into action.
Thanks so much. Definitely better than I would have done, but it makes me even more excited for this panel. Let's start a little bit broad, and I'll go to Shelly first. There's been a lot of discussion today on this kind of amenities in the workplace and this difference between formal and informal work. Of course, in parallel, we've got this discourse on platform workers and how to categorize them. Should they be employees? Should they be contractors? And what does that mean in the responsibility for the firm? From your vantage point, the Workers Labs, how can empirical evidence like that we've kind of discussed today, or that we should all be working on, help parse this argument between workers certainly being entitled to benefits and so on versus wanting flexibility and delivering that flexibility.
Yeah, I'm going to start with pushing back a little bit against that framing and that question that kind of takes these two things, on one, basic protections, basic benefits, on the other, flexibility of time, agency over how we spend our time, and putting those as two sides, as an either or. Do I want to face the question of, do I want to be able to take a sick kid to a doctor's appointment, or do I want to work in a place with health and safety protections? That's not a decision that anyone should have to make. Every worker should have basic benefits, a safe workplace, and some amount of agency over their time. And that is true across sectors, across work arrangements, on platforms and off, and across worker classification as well. The question of classification is about control of working conditions. Who's setting the wages? Who is finding clients? Who is controlling the brand? Those are all important questions, but they're not about kind of these basic tenets of good jobs that everyone needs access to.
That's a great response, and I take that challenge. I'd love to participate in that discussion. So I guess I'll go to Karthik next and just say, from your perspective as kind of a service provider of these types of benefits and so on, how do you see your work at Achyuta and the services you provide, Achyuta provides, ultimately fitting into this dynamic of what workers are entitled to and what they're looking for at work?
So I think I view this entire discussion through the lens of one of our big initiatives, which is providing healthcare services to the gig economy workforce, very specifically to independent drivers. So we're partnering with the guild called the Independent Drivers Guild to provide services to Uber and Lyft drivers, right? Rideshare drivers. And so from that perspective, I think there are three things that I see that might be interesting to this group. One is there is no research and data on the actual health needs of the drivers we're talking about. There's a lot of ancillary research on taxi drivers and truck drivers, but there's no real information about what the healthcare needs are for Uber and Lyft drivers. And just to give you an example, what that means is that organizations like us, we have to go on the ground, do our own qualitative research to figure out what the needs are and design programs around that. An example might be, we know a little bit about drivers having higher rates of diabetes and higher rates of hypertension, but it gets a bit more interesting when you talk about a driver whose entire income is through platform work, and they have to select health insurance, and they think they might be making $75,000 a year, but in fact they make far less, and they actually qualify for government subsidized health care. And now they don't know that, so they don't apply for that care, and they don't do it, which means that they actually think they have to pay more for healthcare, and so they utilize healthcare less. And the impact of that is that when you've got a chronic condition, you really need to be utilizing healthcare. If you've got diabetes and hypertension, you really need to be seeing a doctor regularly over long periods of time. So it has an impact on care. So that type of lack of information makes it difficult to come up with interventions and services. The second thing I think might be interesting is, for us, there's a healthcare and financial health are heavily intertwined. We talk about as social determinants of health. I liked how you put in the social determinants of work. I suspect there's a lot of overlap there, where someone's financial insecurity can lead to poor health outcomes. And there's not a lot of focus on that. So an example might be someone who's worried about making rent or paying for their car is going to feel really anxious. And our patients come in saying they're really anxious. From a healthcare perspective, that's just general anxiety disorder, and we can prescribe medication for that. But really, the underlying treatment is how do you do a financial intervention that can address that healthcare need. And so I think from that perspective, there's a big question around tying these pieces together and studying what the needs really are.
No, that's great. I think I love that the thought of how intertwined health and productivity are causality going both directions. The program sounds great. Thank you for telling us. Somebody who's really smart and handsome should probably evaluate that program at some point. Todd, I'll go to you next. As a funder who has not, I think, funded any of my work yet, what are some evidence gaps you're most eager to see filled when it comes to this kind of discussion we've been having already, ensuring that these underrepresented, marginalized populations, worker populations receive the amenities and resources they need to thrive?
So, I want to just first begin by saying that when we talk about an evidence gap, I'd like to say that I think about that in two dimensions. One is there truly an evidence gap? And another dimension is that, is there existing evidence, but yet it's inaccessible for whatever reason? So I just think it's really important for us to really pull that out. And the reason that I mention that is that so often I receive research proposals that are presenting novel research ideas, but yet they've already been done. So I think there are opportunities to harmonize and coalesce the research community in a way that can really build on research rather than others. But I'll just mention a few of them. My list can go on and on. One of them has to do with AI, and I think this falls within the category. I mean, how could we have a conversation without talking about AI, right? I think that's just like, the thing du jour. But I do recognize that in a fast-moving field about what does this mean for both opportunities and detriments, there's a lot we already know. And then there's a lot that people are working on now, but then there's a lot that we don't know. So I'm interested in really organizing what are those questions that are still open, that are on the horizon that maybe we need to get focused on. Another kind of area, the second area that I'll mention, and there was some implication in some of the discussions and papers that occurred earlier, but so often these discussions about how we're impacting these workers are being undertaken within a particular policy domain or context. So it's workforce development, or it's economic development, or it's social services. And I'm interested in the intersection of those in terms of how they really all contribute toward mobility for these workers. A third area that there is much more work emerging, but there's still quite a bit, is employee ownership models. So even when I heard many of the panels today, I wonder what the effects would be, how the effects would be different from some of the, for some of these interventions if there was an employee ownership component. What might we see different? And then finally, and also once again implicated earlier, is this mental health and mental wellness component. I don't think that we place enough emphasis on that when we begin to take a look at the work about how many individuals, workers have been impacted by trauma, and with that, how that shows up in the workplace and their ability to sustain productive working arrangements is also one that warrants additional research.
Thank you. Thanks very much for that. There's a lot of active stuff for us to work on there. I want to zoom in on gender. That's certainly what we're trying to focus on today. And I think the platform economy has a lot it could potentially contribute to this, to improvements in this space. Last year's Nobel laureate in economics, Claudia Golden, contributed a lifetime of evidence on many different points, but particularly on the kind of issue of flexibility and how important that is, which is related to a lot of the work we've seen already today. The flip side of that is that we often find in traditional economies that, that maybe need or restriction in terms of flexibility finds women disproportionately in the informal sector. So what does the labor rights, this is to Shelly, what does the labor rights community at discourse, you here, have to say about the potential for the platform economy to provide women this flexible work, but maybe in a better format, more formal and amenity-rich format?
Yeah, I think, we're raising a very real challenge that millions of people face, and disproportionately women, which is work and caretaking and how to balance those. And for too long, there wasn't any flexibility in choosing when to work. Either you worked or you didn't. And if you miss a shift, you lose your job. And that is a really tough reality for anyone who's taking care of a family member, a kid, a parent themselves with a chronic illness. That's a challenge. And one of the things that this rise of platform-based work has done is really bring that to the forefront of conversations about working conditions, about labor rights. And so we need to continue to explore how platform work can play a role in that and how we can make sure that platform work is good work. And we can look the other way about how we can make all forms of work, including more traditional W-2 employment, more flexible and have workers in any arrangement have more agency over when they work and not get one day's notice that they need to go to work or lose their job, because that's just incompatible with the realities of caretaking.
That's really interesting. I think just the rise of the platform economy does beg this question of like, is there platform work and non-platform work, or is the future just that everything could be that flexible? If we really think it's worth it. Todd, let me go to you. Workrise has supported research on unequal access to economic opportunity in many forms, patterns of occupational segregation, some of which we've definitely talked about today for sure. Are there lessons you have seen, or given you were saying that some evidence exists and maybe we don't harmonize it well enough, that you think could apply to this discussion on platform economy and its potential for dealing with gender issues?
I actually want to build on Shelly's point. And I don't know if you were headed here, but I do think that this concept of either you're working on a platform economy or you're not, I think that is these notions about how people are entering the labor market that's going to be eviscerated over time. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of different types of arrangements, and more frequently there'll be changes. So I just want to maybe just start there. I also want to just call your attention to a report that we just released. It's actually a data feature on segregation in low-wage labor force. And so you can find that at our website, the Workrise website. This whole idea about how either jobs are designed or how these gig arrangements occur in many cases, I think we need to spend more time in thinking about that. So Workrise supported an RCT that was done by some scholars at Harvard that took a look at scheduling at IKEA and providing scheduling flexibility and how this worked for both the employer as well as the employee. And so I do think that there are applications of that work with respect to the gig economy. The other opportunity that concerns me a lot is providing short-term support for individuals who are looking to develop new skills, and what opportunities. There are already challenges for traditional workers in being able to do that. But if you are working in a gig arrangement, one would imagine that you would have more flexibility, but the realities of individuals' financial situations often preclude them from being able to do that. So at a traditional employer, you might get some level of tuition assistance or some other benefit that might assist with that. But unfortunately, if you are working in a non-traditional arrangement, then that is less likely to happen. So how do you ever get out of that cycle, and what opportunities do you have to move beyond that? And then the last part that I'll just say, and this didn't come up in today's discussion, but it isn't a huge point that we're working on, but it's one that I hear from time to time, and this is in particular around the care economy and domestic workers. This issue around dignity and respect is a big one that plays out, and that is, how are people being talked to? How are people being spoken to? What types of, so we hear about wage theft and all those other types of things that happen, which are really important issues. Safety, I should also say, is a big issue that really gets talked about with respect to these workers who might take on occasional work assignments. Discrimination still occurs, but I do think that this part about dignity and respect needs to be added as an important component in the conversation.
That's a really interesting point. I think it relates to now some maybe much needed focus on mental health and the implications of these types of any stresses at work. Karthik, you mentioned to me earlier some gendered kind of initiatives you have, which maybe you'll talk more about. But overall, to my understanding, Achyuta's kind of services are gender agnostic in some sense, or it's very much meant to be universal. But how, if at all, do you see gender play a role in either the difficulties in delivering kind of your services or frictions in terms of seeing populations be able to utilize your services?
Yeah, I think when you're delivering services in the safety net sort of space, being aware of disparity is really important. And we've done a lot of work or invested a lot of energy thinking about racial disparity and now starting to think about gender disparity for our patients. But let me answer that question from what I see are some of the potential challenges with regard to gender disparity as we think about the gig economy workforce, right? So keep in mind, again, I'm looking at this from the perspective of providing healthcare to independent drivers. And you guys are the experts in the room, but to my understanding about majority of independent drivers are men. So I think it's between 80 to 95% are typically male. And so when we launch a program designed to take care of these drivers, we're designing a program that's meeting the needs of our patients, which are predominantly male. And so I mentioned we don't really have enough information about the needs of our health needs of our drivers, and we definitely don't have enough information about the health needs of our female independent drivers. And so that becomes a challenge. And now when we start providing services that are designed towards men, it starts to widen the gap in terms of what incoming women drivers are going to experience down the road. And so there's a risk where without that type of information, without types of knowledge about what the gender disparities are, what the impacts are, the more attention that flows towards the gig economy, the more services that gets put into it, the wider the disparity gets. My take on this is always to be very open to partnering with organizations that lead this type of effort, so like Alliance for Girls, Young Women's Freedom Center, and the work that we do, and also being very mindful of the data, to constantly look at the data to see where the disparities are in our own service delivery.
Thanks for that. I mean, it begs the question to some degree, if you can focus on that sort of stuff when you're doing the delivery, how much can we actually use the amenities or benefits you're providing to maybe make this opportunity more amenable to women or more feasible to take up. So I want to, of course, this has been largely an academic conference up till now, and I want to ask practitioners and funders, like yourselves, a bit more of how, where research should focus in some sense. To Shelly, what does Workers Lab look for as far as inclusive approaches to research when you're looking for evidence to bring into your canon and to support your work?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I'll start with saying, we see a whole rich ecosystem of research and value academic research. We value research coming out of think tanks. There's all of these different types of data and types of research really complement one another to paint a full picture, or as close as we can get to a full picture of what's going on. Where we really focus our own energy and attention is on participatory research. We lean into the tradition of participatory action research and bring frontline workers, the people out doing the work, driving the Ubers, delivering the DoorDash, taking care of kids as nannies and babysitters, house cleaners, a whole range of folks outside of traditional employment. Into our research as co-researchers and as co-designers of our projects, to really root the knowledge in their experiences and empower them as experts. Collectively, these co-researchers define what the research questions are. They collect the data, they choose methods, they come together in analysis workshops and figure out what's going on. And they partner with us to share the findings. And the importance of this approach kind of goes to what you're describing. If, with this model, if you were to only look at what the male drivers were needing, you'd totally leave out the female drivers. And what we have with a lot of labor market data today is data that was collected from a certain definition of work, from full-time, indefinite, long-term employment, which has disproportionately been held by white men for many, many, many years. And so that data leaves out the lives and experiences and challenges of so many other workers, and disproportionately workers of color, of women, of people with disabilities. And so those are the workers that we want to bring in and center in the work so that the solutions we're creating and designing are suited to solve their challenges and begin to undo so many years of exclusion that they've faced. So in our last couple of projects, we had one come out just last week that engaged young workers, so folks 16 to 24. And in the spring, we had another project with a broader age population. And in those, we had more than 80% of participants people of color. And we had twice the representation of LGBTQ folks and people with disabilities compared to more standard labor market data. And so that's kind of how we reflect that philosophy in what we do.
That's great. I think that's very clear. And it leads me to my next question for Todd, which is that, such a high-profile funder on the other side reviewing proposals, how do you look for you're in a position to really drive what we prioritize as researchers or how we design our approaches, like Shelly mentioned. How do you try to emphasize that in your selection, or what are you looking for? Kind of how do you put that into practice?
Yeah, I just, once again, I think Shelly's model is really a strong one. And I'll just add to it by saying that at WorkWise, we're really about action. So for many years, I worked at the Federal Reserve, and we produced so many research reports, but they're wonderful. They sit on a shelf. So one of the first questions that we ask when we get a proposal as part of our template is, what animated your research? So what organizations, as you developed your research question, who compelled that question? Like specifically, what organization did you work with to understand the question? How did that question come about? Just so that we know that that question is not a theoretical one. And by the way, we are interested in theoretical questions, but we also want to just be very clear about, did this emanate from a community that is impacted? Another area that is a big focus of ours is who conducts the research. So for us, in fact, when I first arrived to lead WorkWise, 90% of our investments were directed toward coastal elite universities, or I should say well-resourced universities, because University of Chicago, I would call that. That falls in, that was another. And so there's nothing wrong with that, and they do great work. And we are also, it's important for us to ensure that the lived experience of individuals are reflected in that work, and that's not always the case. So it's nothing wrong for us, or we think a stronger proposal would be Chicago State and also University of Chicago. So how do we think about doing that? And then how can that research work, or those research teams work to build capacity in a two-way relationship, not in an extractive way of, I'm University of Chicago and I'm just going to add Chicago State onto my proposal, but how can they come together in a respectful way that builds on the strengths of both sets of institutions, so that capacity and knowledge can be built, and that new networks can be created, so that that research product can be more impactful. The other important aspect for us is, how is this research being conducted? I think Shelly talked about this too, but we're wanting to make sure that the research is not extractive to the communities. so much of what we see is, oh, I came to this community, I did this RCT. Okay, well, how does that? They were beyond a subject. So how do we ensure that people are getting great outcomes, and are we being respectful and letting them know the findings, et cetera? Another point that I want to make, and I really liked a lot of this conversation too, is that so much of this research is undergirded by a hegemonic view of economics as the leading discipline. But for us, we're looking to bring in other disciplines, and not just sociology, but maybe social work, right, to attack some of these problems, because we do like to see projects that bring different methodological approaches and together. And then finally, and I'll end with where I started, and that is, what is the ability of this research to promote change and to engage communities? So as you were developing your research, at the end of it, it's great to have a paper. And by the way, I love a paper, right? But not everybody wants to read a 20 or 25 or 30 or 40-page paper. And if I may just leave with an anecdote. So I live in Atlanta. You may be able to tell by my accent that I'm a Southern person. But in Atlanta, I was working with one of our mayors who was thinking about reimagining some workforce development policies. And she says, Todd, I'd really like to, I really want to think creatively about this specific problem or challenge. And I said, oh, Mayor, I said, I'll send you something, and it's really great. So I send her a paper that answers everything that she asked me about. So the next month I run into her, and she says, Todd, I'm really thinking about, such and such. And I thought, well, maybe did something happen in the email? Did it get lost? Or so like the third time I see her, there was an aha for me. That's not what that person is interested in. So and I know everyone in this room wants their research to be able to do something. So I'm thinking about, what does that look like when you undertake your research? Are there ways that you're thinking about the product so that are there infographics that can be created? Are there explainers? Are there opportunities to do short videos that really put it into the hands of people who can take action? So that's the most important thing. I saw so much amazing work today, and thank you for the contributions here. I also want to say, how do we ensure that actually does something for people?
Maybe we should open it up to the audience for
It's
exactly 15 minutes.
Exactly 15 minutes. We'll 15 minutes. Okay. We'll take. We'll just take 1 more minute. I had a question for Karthik in this round, and then we'll open it up over here. Thanks for that, Todd. I think I guess just bringing it back to how you in your position decide on pilots, think about new programs to try, and so on. How does this vision or emphasis on inclusivity, how does that factor in? But both when you have a pilot, you want to design it, or when you even just select what projects to try?
I can continue where on Todd's last point about turning into action, right? So inclusivity, participatory research, we call it human-centered design process, is at the core of what we do. We want to improve the health and well-being of our patients, and if we don't offer a service that does that, it's not going to work. And so we invest a lot of time in designing new programs that really meets the need of the patients. And that's usually with an advisory board, people with lived experience, qualitative assessments on the ground. And in my experience, usually that helps us get off the ground. And when you're a small program, you need patients, and if you don't provide a service that patients want, they won't take up the service. So it's pretty straightforward. You kind of have to really meet the needs of your patients wherever they are. What I have noticed is that as programs scale, there's a temptation to drift away from that, to start prescribing what patients should get versus what they really want. And as programs get bigger and services get bigger, it becomes hard for the individuals to jump around. They're kind of locked into the service. And then that's where the gap starts to happen. So I think a challenge that on the action side we often face is, how do you continuously embody this participatory research, this human-centered design process, as you scale. And what I think the best model of doing it is not in one-off research projects that happens in like year 1, year 3, year 5, but including into the operating business of the program, so you're always assessing the needs and you're constantly driving towards that, which is far harder than it sounds, but I think that's really important.
That's great. Thanks so much for all your responses, and I really think the responses built off each other. Let's definitely open it up for some questions. We have, I think, at least 10 minutes. I don't know where the mic is though.
Yeah, can I? I'm good. Yeah.
Shelly, I was really interested in what you said about, how can we make platform work good work? I think some of the challenge that I'm seeing in my work in India with the gig economy is that employers, who own the platform and run the platform are just not interested in making this good work. Like, it's just not in their profit incentive. And so I'm just curious about, like, as activists and researchers, like how in your opinion, do we go about changing that and actually trying to change the work itself, and where has that led you so far?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's not an easy question. I think there's two main avenues that kind of need a lot more work. One is policy. If companies are not doing what they need to, somebody needs to tell them what to do. And policy is that tool. And figuring out what policies effectively raise the bar for platform work and for work across the board. We don't have an answer. We're still learning that. We have some examples of what hasn't worked in some places with platform work, but we want to see more, and we want to figure that out. The other avenue is in more of private sector and nonprofit sector, alternative examples. What is quality, flexible work? We've piloted a platform for quality, flexible work with public workforce boards that's being piloted in 3 cities across the U.S. So that's something that our organization is doing, trying to answer that question. And there's a handful of others. There's a drivers cooperative. There's some high road actors building gig platforms that use different models to make this good work so that people can have that flexibility with basic rights and good working conditions, and we want to see more of it.
Is the two-finger on the question of policy and what hasn't worked? Could you say more about examples of that?
Yeah, so we see, especially across the states in the US, a lot of different proposals for how to deal with these questions. A lot of them are very rooted in the question of worker classification. And that has kind of dominated the conversations. We also know that making all workers W-2 doesn't solve the job quality challenges. There's a lot of really bad W-2 jobs out there. So how do we make those better, and how do we keep some of the flexibility and agency over time while also improving the other aspects of job quality?
I was going to ask something very similar from the other end, right? Like, at the one end, we're trying to see people who are in gig works, how do you get them benefits which are traditional jobs, right? But I think the other end of this is, how do you make the traditional job offer some of the benefits like flexibility, right? Like, how does policy play a role in that? And do you have some examples of how do you bring those traditional jobs become more flexible so that they are more accessible?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned this aspect about scheduling, particularly areas where employees can work together to plan their shifts. I do want to just, and so we're in the midst of this presidential debate, so I've been watching a lot of them, so people don't always answer the question that was asked. So I'm gonna go in that form as well, to just say that I want to just double down on this, around this role of policy, because I've been at this type of work for a very long time, and I don't believe that that employers are motivated or that they're going to solve this. There are no incentives for them, or very few incentives for them to move that along. So just returning to the previous question, we've got to get that that policy framework has to be established. And for me, it needs to be established at a national level, because there's so much preemption that occurs. And I don't know what the conditions are in India about how that all works together in that political economy there, but that's a huge one. And I feel like our work is just going to be incremental without having that type of consistent legislative and policy support.
Sorry, just add a little bit. I completely agree on the importance of policy, and I think maybe in the macro sense, to make these big pushes, you're going to need to sort of tie the private sector's hands a little bit. But I do think in some cases it's that there's poor information about the impacts because nobody's measured them or undergone that sort of experimentation, and there's some value in that setting to experimentation. So just to not to plug my own work or anything, but in Smith's presentation of the earned salary advance, we encountered so much pushback from the firm. So this is like an example of making withdrawals from salary more flexible, which is sort of towards that flexibility of that we want in the formal sector. For a while, we were basically not allowed or really discouraged to experiment with this, because the factories thought that workers would take the money and run. So they would, like, middle of the month, I'm going to withdraw this money and I'm out of here, right? And they're like, this is going to make turnover go up, and it's going to be a disaster for our factory. You can't do this experiment. And so we had to sort of really push back against that, and ultimately, almost force this intervention. We said, look, and I think the deal we made was, we're going to do this for 6 months, and we will take it away. We won't keep doing it, right? We just want to know, because it's possible that it'll go up, but it's also possible that other things would happen. And as it turned out, lucky for us and for the workers, turnover went down dramatically, and there was just this huge, sigh of relief on our part. And then at the end of the 6-month period, we were about to take the thing off as agreed, and all of the workers said, wait, don't take this away. We really like this. And then the firm said, wait, don't take this away. We really like this. So that's an example, albeit small, but I think, there are these sort of just, there's a lack of experimentation, and if you generate the experimentation that creates knowledge, sometimes the scientific process does really work, and you're surprised by what you find. And they're also piloting new tools as a result. Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to be so pessimistic. I guess my concern was, how do we move these issues along at scale? So, but I appreciate what you added.
Yeah, I think one thing I'd add, just to go back to the question around kind of policy to make work more flexible, we hear a lot from our worker researchers about what is flexibility. It's the ability to have agency over your time and your life, and in all of its complexity, with its caretaking needs, with taking classes to get a new degree, with a job you like, with a job you don't like, but you have to pay the bills, and piecing all of that together. And choosing when you work is a piece of that, but advanced scheduling notice of other types of work is also a piece. And so that's a concrete example of policy that facilitates flexibility, even though it's not really about flexibility. It's almost the opposite. It's telling workers when they're going to work in the future with enough advance notice to know, but that actually does facilitate flexibility.
I had a general question regarding, based on your conversations with firms, organizations, whether they also start to thinking about incorporating the discourse the role of men and policies and interventions aimed at men that could help create the workplace more equitable. That could be on parental leave or, helping men also be start to apply more for jobs that are traditionally more female dominated. So I'm just wondering how much, do we also start thinking about that, or is still very much based on kind of like targeting women, helping women, yes. How much is the role for like shifting the narrative? What can we do to change men existing conditions and contracts to make the workforce more equitable for women? Maybe that answers.
I mean, I think you did point to some examples in terms of offering benefits that are encouraging everyone to utilize benefits that are sometimes seen as gendered benefits, like parental and family leave. And another thing that comes to mind is the conversation around just how people are treated at work, and focusing on that experience, and identifying where there are problems and how to address those, so that everyone is treated not just in policy but also in practice in a fair and dignified way.
I wanted to add one thing kind of that just triggers in my mind. I don't know that it's a perfectly good answer to your question, but I feel like we're working on this project now with the auto sector in India, and we're trying to raise female labor force participation into that sector. And we're realizing that, at least some of the interventions we have in mind, ergonomic kind of investments and so on, will make it more feasible or less likely that women will want to drop out of those jobs, make women less afraid of the idea of being able to physically do those jobs. But they'll also just make the job more comfortable and productive for men. And that's important in some sense, because in order to get the firm to act now, it can't be something that's just going to matter for the 6% of women they're currently employing, or even the 9% or whatever at the end of the year. If it works for men too, then it becomes something that levels the playing field, but matters for firms today. And so that's what's that's what's cooking in my mind now when we think about the drivers in the platform economy. And how do we think about that? An investment that makes this more feasible, maybe security or whatever, that makes it more feasible for women to actually participate in this. But it's really valuable today because whoever the driver is going to benefit also. That's not, that's just an idea I have, but I think it could be important.
Let's adjourn for a coffee break, and I'll fuel up and also discuss. That was a great discussion in our first panel. We're going to proceed to the next panel. Lisa Patel, the Assistant Director of the India Center here at UC San Diego, is going to moderate, and I'll let her make the introductions to this next panel.
Okay. Well, welcome back. People are still getting snacks. Okay, let's get started. So for this panel, the title of this panel is Implementation Lessons, How to Navigate On-the-Ground Realities Within Firms. So for this panel, we brought together experts from the Good Business Lab, which is an organization with extensive experience navigating on-the-ground realities within firms. So our panelists here today will share valuable lessons learned from their work, as they've provided practical insights on what evidence means for businesses and how it can be used to foster successful collaborations. And by sharing their experiences and learnings through this conversation, our panelists will provide researchers with actionable advice and inspiration to overcome common obstacles of working with firms. So together, we're hoping that this panel will illuminate how we can transform research insights into impactful action that can allow the workforce to thrive alongside firm growth. So we have here with us today Arvind Patil,
who's the Associate Director of Design at Good Business Lab, and then Varun Jaggannath, who's the Associate Director of the Field at Good Business Lab, and then Mansi Kabra, who's the Associate Director of Communications at Good Business Lab. And so I'm going to give them each a quick 1 minute to tell us exactly what their role is with the organization. So.
I can go first, building on the last panel. As the communications head of the organization, my role is simply to read all the research papers that GBL produces, which are quite a few, and think of creative ways of communicating the evidence and the implications of the results we produce, not only to our primary stakeholders, which are businesses and funders, but also to the larger ecosystem that GBL influences.
Hi, good afternoon. It's lovely being here today. I'm Varun Jaggannath. I take care of the field implementation of all the research projects at GBL. So I oversee the data collection and the implementation of all the research projects that's happening.
Thank you. Just gonna take liberty to drop a couple of more terms that we use in design universe. So one is human-centered design that we use to identify user needs, their hesitations, and so on. Second one is we use systems thinking approach to validate the problem itself, right? Whether the problem exists or not, who's defining the problem, who's shaping the nature of the problem, and so on. Third thing, through design vertical, what we do is we apply service design principles to design our programs. This method has been used as a business process by many big corporations like Amazon, Flipkart, and Uber, Ola, and so on, right? So essentially, how exactly different stakeholders interact with each other when you are delivering your services, right? So when we design our programs, we try to take some inspiration from the existing examples from the market and try to contextualize it for our developmental programs. Yeah, thank you.
So we're going to have 3 rounds of questions, and we want to allow about 10 to 15 minutes for Q&A, so I'll rely on you to let us know, Ricardo. Great. So let's just jump right in. So I'll start with you, Arvind. Can you start by sharing with us what you have learned from your experience in trying to understand different problem areas and co-designing solutions for scale?
Okay. So I would like to start with the history of manufacturing supply chain, right? So in early 1920s, Ford Corporation, they excelled the assembly line, right? Then many businesses started adopting those standard procedures in their manufacturing supply chains. In 60s, Toyota came up with total quality management, Six Sigma, and so on. There was an evidence for that. So other corporations, they started using those principles. In 1990s, many organizations, especially pharmaceutical firms and oil and gas industry, they started incorporating safety measures in their business practices. Then they started seeing some evidence for that, right? So if you create an evidence, right, through various means, then business owners, they are willing to invest in different types of innovative programs. Now we are, the stage at which we are, the worker well-being or worker welfare, it demands some evidence production, right? And I feel organizations like GBL and several other practitioners, you guys are creating those evidences, so it's commendable. So when we pitch our programs, usually we reach out to the industry organizations or top leadership in the organization, and we try to create or curate value proposition that really matters to them, right? Through secondary literature or anecdotes or evidences that we have found. So that's where we start usually. Once we get the high level buy-in about a program implementation from the top leadership, then the next challenge is trying to understand how exactly your intervention is gonna change the day-to-day lives of the people who are on the shop floor, right? Because it's a minimum unit, smallest unit that you can consider to understand how exactly your program or intervention is affecting them. So we try to understand a day in the life of a worker or the user before your intervention and after your intervention and so on. Then people talk about action intention gap, right? Vision and reality gap. So it's important to bridge this gap, and there are major barriers here. So the middle management or lower management, which is responsible to implement the programs, right? If we don't understand their problems or hesitations or the challenges that they might face when they are implementing the programs, then there is a bright possibility that this program will fail. So it's essential to co-design or co-create the programs with them. It's highly important to do capacity building workshops for the middle management. Mostly, they are the most ignored population in most of the organizations, right? Because they are not visible. So it's very important to engage with them in multiple ways and try to understand their hesitations, their pain points, and then develop the programs with their help. So this is what I have learned, in fact. And it's not a rocket science, right? We do this when we are home also, right? When we have to pitch some new idea to our parents or our partners and so on. We create different types of value propositions that might be helpful for them, right? So drawing inspiration from personal experiences and trying to fit them in the professional spaces is essential in any intervention design process, I feel. Yeah.
The next question is for you, Varun. Doing research work in factories, and Arvind's touched on a little bit of this, but doing research work in factories poses unique challenges. Can you share with us some of the key obstacles that you've encountered and how you've developed strategies to overcome them?
Sure. I'm going to draw from what Arvind spoke about. One, like he spoke about getting buy-in from the middle management. The change management is very important. People have to buy into the idea, because usually people are resistant to any kind of new ideas that we are going to give in. So any kind of research ideas that we're going to pitch, they will always, most of the time, come with some kind of problems, saying that, oh, this might not work, right? It's very important for us to sit, hear them through, and then get their solution and incorporate those solutions in our work. So that's one thing. And some of the biggest challenges that probably we have faced is data collection. A core of our work is data. It's very important for us to know when to collect data and how to collect data. For example, in the factory, right? The first hour and the last 2 hours, we cannot collect any kind of data, because the last 2 hours is the peak hours. The first hour is they're going to settle in. So we have to make sure that we are collecting data only during that in between 5 hours, because we need to give 1 hour for lunch, right? So that's our solution around this problem. That means it's going to be we have to be more realistic in making our field plans. Second thing that we need to be very careful about is where we are collecting the data, because if you see in a factory setting, workers are quite scared to go and talk in a closed, say, conference rooms or a HR cabins. You see, traditionally, workers go to these cabins only when they're yelled at or when there is production pressure. They're like, why have you not reached this target? So when we go there and ask them questions, they're always in that fear that, oh, they're going to associate that place with complaints, so they will not be comfortable enough to talk. So what we did as a solution is that we did a social map of a factory to see what are the areas that workers are comfortable, and then we looked at that setting itself has to be comfortable. So one of the most comfortable places that they had is canteen area. So that's the area that they are freely sitting and talking. So we tried saying, okay, let's do interviews in the canteen areas. So that improved a lot more in terms of data, quality of data improved. In this we have several kind of aspects that, several challenges that we face. But yeah, these are the most important points that I want to touch upon.
Great, thank you. My next question is for you, Mansi. Businesses are a key audience for insights that are generated through research partnerships with GBL. Can you tell us through your experience in disseminating communication outputs on what really works?
Yeah. I think just to set context, one of the most important things in communication is to really understand your target audience. As tautological as it may sound, the more you understand who you're talking to, the better you're able to communicate with them. And what we've tried to do in the last 7 years at GBL is really try to understand businesses. What this means is trying to understand what their needs, priorities are, what are the kind of aspirations they have, what is the overall ecosystem in which they operate, and what has that meant for communication in terms of disseminating research results is that, number one, messaging really matters. So how are we able to contextualize the evidence we produce in real-world settings that matter to businesses? In our case, it has really helped to lead communication with ROI, compliance readiness, competitive advantage, even drawing complementarities with CSR, ESG norms, and human rights. Because businesses really operate in a very evolving landscape where, depending on whether you're registered in the EU or India or US, the regulations you come under also differ. So how are we connecting the dots in trying to contextualize this evidence really matters. The second thing is just this realization that we all in this room may be, creating evidence with the hope of radically resetting the future, but that scale of change really requires buy-in from every single sector of the society. So as much as it's important to directly communicate this evidence to businesses, it's important to also take into account the different actors that may be influencing business decision-making beyond just evidence. So governments, investors, civil society organizations. And in that, what we've tried to do is really use communication in trying to bring a narrative change in the way well-being as a concept is viewed, so that the appetite for evidence in the space also increases.
Yeah, great. Is there anything else you want to add to this?
Briefly talked about the middle management, right? So a simple framework that we found, and we have been using it for 6+ years now. So identify your stakeholders who are interested in the problem area that you are trying to address, and see how exactly they can influence the ecosystem, right? So once this mapping is done, it simplifies our communication when we are implementing the programs also, right? So again, want to go back to value proposition part, right? Each stakeholder, they value different things, right? When you are empowering women on the shop floor, for example, especially when we were designing this grievance management tool, many supervisors or male workers whom we were interviewing, they were feeling threatened, or they were a bit insecure. Okay, what if someone files a wrong complaint against me or a fake complaint against me, right? So it becomes important to address their hesitations also, their fears also, right? So this is how we have approached in many of the projects, most of the projects, right? So, and as a designer, we have to care for all. That's the challenge that we face. And considering the research frameworks that we use, right? So how exactly you can bring in that care aspect in meeting the needs of different stakeholders, that's the challenge that I guess I have to live with for my whole life.
Thank you. Now I have the same question for all of you. So you've spent a lot of time working with women workers, and again, you touched on this in the previous question. But what are some of the key learnings you've gathered about women at work?
So I have been working with women in supply chains through GBL for the last 7 years, but before that I'd also worked with women in tribal communities in India and Burkina Faso. And my very personal realization, having worked with women, have been that they are as aware of the problems they face and the needs they have as they are of the solutions themselves, which to me makes me feel that it reduces our role almost to be of like enablers and like just making it happen. So listening to them, taking the solutions from them and just like making it happen.
I guess on the previous panel, Anant mentioned about ergonomics of the work, right? So I read an interesting book a couple of months back, The Invisible Women, and the author argues that the factories were designed by men for men. First point. Second point, when we try to look at it from ergonomics or ease of work perspective, most of the machines were designed based on the European or American body type. The global South's anthropometric data was missing for a really long time. So it's essential to maybe redesign the machineries or introduce some new jigs and fixtures that can help the women workers to address the problems that they are facing when they are working on the machine. So this is purely from industrial design perspective. Second point, when we design the scoping strategy, right, or the questionnaire for scoping strategy, we don't consider women participant as a homogeneous group of participants. We try to bring in intersectionality perspective, the demographic data, and one more layer we add over here is behavioral archetypes. What kind of different user personas you can create so that the one solution or intervention that you're gonna design, it works for all, right? So through this persona-based design, we try to bring in inclusive design perspective also. So, and one more problem that I have identified when we are engaging with women participants is sometimes they find it difficult to articulate their difficult experiences, right? We all feel that, right? When we go through some overwhelming experiences, it becomes very difficult to articulate that. So it's necessary to devise some innovative data gathering methods that can help the participants to voice out what exactly they have gone through or share their experiences more explicitly. And especially when we are when we were designing SOPs for I forgot that case type, sorry. Sexual harassment cases, right? You can't directly ask them, posh cases, thank you. Posh cases, you can't directly ask them, hey, have you experienced this, right? So you need to devise innovative methods like vignette cards or card sorting methods to nudge them, right? To or gamify the experience itself, right? So that they can share what they have gone through. So it has been a challenging field, but very interesting. Have learned a lot about the other gender. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add on what Mansi had spoken about, how women, the workers or women themselves know what the solution to the problem is, right? Probably I want to give an example of a program that we developed, Stitch, right? This came through probably the PACE program. Or you must have heard about the PACE program. Achyuta had evaluated this program. one of the pain points that they said is that you are telling us how to be, but what about the supervisors? Who will tell them, right? That's where we realize that, oh, they also need a training. So this is what I say, that they know the solutions themselves. So we just need to hear, and we need to be facilitators of the voices of the people. And that's the true worker voice that we are looking at.
Great, thank you. Okay, so my last question is for the economists, or the non-economists, for the economists. So you've worked with many researchers who are economists. What is the one thing in your experience that you'd want them to do differently?
Now I know why this panel was the last panel of the day. Just one. I think a few line of thoughts come to mind. Number one is, I've always been curious, what's the evidence that evidence matters? This is not to question the work that we're doing, but what we've seen with firms especially is that even in face of evidence, they do not necessarily make decisions favoring that, right? So how much of a role does evidence play in final decision making? And besides evidence, what are the other factors that influence firm decision making? Could be a good area to explore, to kind of bring together all the evidence this room is going to create in the next few years. And then I think Shelly, or I think it was alluded to in the previous panel, but I think also sourcing a lot of these research ideas through focus group discussions, qualitative interviews, brainstorming sessions from workers or the end beneficiaries, as much as from literature gaps, could be a new area to explore.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it short. I think probably a suggestion would be think about merged methods or mixed methods rather than completely depending on quantitative methods. I know this is a controversial statement, but yeah, this is a suggestion from my side.
Famous German. I will say ignore data. No. I never quoted that. Yeah. So famous German-American architect Rohe, in 60s he said that form follows the function. So after that, many of us, we got obsessed with functionality of the objects or the interventions that we are designing. The innovation aspect in the form, right? What exactly we are designing, that has been missing in some cases. So for example, I'll quote Inache now. Okay, just criticizing our own work also, by the way. Huh? So when we started working on this particular project, I guess the factory had 79% women, and out of those 79% women, 60% plus women had basic candy bar phone, right? So we had to design a low-tech solution, right? The functionality of grievance management, it has worked well. But now the context has changed. Markets have moved on. The users, they have the smartphones in their hand. So is there a need to revisit the form that we had designed of the intervention, right? So do we need WhatsApp-based solutions, for example, grievance management solution, right? So essentially, whatever we are testing, is there a need to innovate that? That question needs to be answered, right? Because I had this discussion with us a long time back. Are we really testing the form or evaluating the form or function? His answer was, we are testing both, right? Which makes sense. But we have to be innovative in terms of form, right? So this is one thing that I want to tell to the economists. Second thing, I have many, but I'll stop at second. The human, the last one, yeah. The human behavior aspect has been missing in most of the economics research, right? So how exactly? That's fine. I'm taking liberty to like the opportunity that I'm getting, right? So I feel it's essential to understand human behavior and motivations. And now, yes, psychological theories, they are questionable. Behavioral sciences theories, they are questionable, but new modern techniques in neurosciences, they can produce evidences that you can consider as gold standards of the evidence. So can we try to use those findings from neuroscience to make our programs effective programs, right? So yes, these two things I had to add.
All right, thank you. I think I'd like to now open it up for Q&A from the audience.
Yes, after this criticism, we should, we are expecting at least a dozen questions.
Now you're in the hot seat.
So actually, I feel like it's a good question in terms of the theme you asked, because I feel like in economics, we think of firms as these like perfectly functioning profit maximizing machines, right? And I think it has two implications, like amongst others, has two main implications. One, that the only thing a firm cares about is profit. And second, that if there's any intervention, anything that would drive profits up, firms would sort of figure it out and, like they would adopt it. So I think I'm curious to understand from your perspective, what are things that firms are actually bad at, and where, this sort of profit maximizing model we have of the firm just doesn't work, and since actually are there certain things that the firm doesn't realize is good for profit and they struggle more at than others? And second, the value propositions you talked about, is there something other than profits that can be pitched to firms to, make them adopt evidence or things like that?
I'll answer the second one. First one, I don't know what matters to the firm, or completely, or what is bad about all the firms. We can't generalize it. Right? I have worked in at least 10 plus organizations, ranging from oil and gas industry to the design firms to the research organization like GBL, right? So the top leadership's intention, it matters a lot in creating that harmonious and safe workplace environment. I feel conventional manufacturing firms, they did not have this liberty to think about that, right? So new age organizations, they have this liberty to think on this. So they are designing their workplace practices and norms or organizational culture in the desired way, which is more people-centric, right? Sorry, forgot the second question. I'm really bad at that. What was the second question?
Basically, are there certain things that
value proposition?
Yeah,
right. Cool. So when we pitched this Inache program to the factories, right? Our narrative, one of the element in the narrative was how exactly reduction in the grievances will affect the worker's psyche, right? And how it will reduce the strain on the HR staff, right? This was one of the narrative. Then in case of the ongoing automotive sector project, right? We are still struggling to find what value proposition will matter to them, but we have successfully pitched our program through our amazing leadership team, and we have got buy-in from them. Yeah, I guess I have this much to add. I'm sorry. Yeah. You want to add any one of them?
But I do just one small thing is that I think with growing conversations on responsible business conduct and whatnot, reputation matters a lot. And so I feel like if you can even convince a firm that they're the first mover in a particular field, let's say prioritizing well-being, that might be an incentive for them to pick up some of this evidence.
I'll add one thing really quickly that I don't know how
all GBL members.
Yeah.
Your question or your answer?
No, go ahead. No, I was just going to say, I think it's a great question.
I think it's a great question, but I think pulling apart, sometimes we think about profit so too simply, where we can think, all right, is your revenue going to go up or is your cost going to go down? But cost often it means a lot of different things to a lot of different people in the organization. And at the end of the day, the person who needs to take up that solution or motivate the organization to experiment or try, is really not looking at balance sheet costs. They're looking at like effort cost and, a lot of like nuisance and stuff like that. And so I think with Inache, we had a lot of this where we had to make it really convince at every level of the organization, this is going to make your life easier. It needs to be that it's worth it for you. And that I think sometimes we miss in our like neoclassical theories about firms, that this is like a bundle of contracts with like not particularly well-aligned incentives and so on. And so you need to kind of pitch things at different levels.
I was just going to say, I think that across the various firms we work with, and they tend to be like really large firms, and like multi-unit firms and firms that you would think are out the frontier, and yet, so many of their systems are broken, and so many, and I think a couple key things that we have seen that drive that are related to managerial attention or organizational attention. There's limited organizational attention, and that needs to be allocated, and perhaps it's being allocated optimally, but there's a constraint. There's a limit on attention, and that constraint truly binds and generates a lot of inefficiency, and sort of working to alleviate some of that is incredibly productive. And the other thing, which is very related, is around span of control. And for various layers of the organization, that ends up being incredibly limiting, and alleviating those constraints through technology, through reorganization of the hierarchy, through skilling, et cetera, ends up being incredibly productive as well, while also potentially having sort of like beneficial social consequences. Yeah.
So I know that now a lot of your work is with a firm that is comfortable with research, familiar with the process. But I guess I'm curious if you have any thoughts on either from getting to this point with Shahi, or from your experience with other firms as well. Do you have any thoughts on maybe the specific challenges that are that you might face if you're dealing with a firm that is less familiar with research, less open to this kind of experimentation?
So I'll quote this women's participation in automotive sector project, right? So over there, the funder and the industry bodies, right, they like the idea of research, the research instruments or mechanisms that we are using, right? And through those industry bodies, we try to influence the top leadership, right? And there are two things we are offering here. One, the evidence-based research, and second thing, we are coming up with various solutions that they can contextualize in their own factories, and we are trying to figure out a leaner evaluation mechanism that they can use to assess the impact of those few solutions that they can implement in the factories, right? So one of them is like, I don't know whether we should be talking about the solutions that we are testing, but these, essentially it's about giving options to the users, right? They are not against what we are doing, right? They are the collaborators, so we try to involve them in the solution creation process. And obviously there will be some negotiation about what needs to be tested, what cannot be tested, and we have to take care of academic rigor as well, right? So we are providing these options to them, and it has worked in this particular project which is outside Shahi. It's a huge project that we are doing with the automotive sector in India, right? So this is how we have approached it. I don't know whether I answered your question or not, but yeah.
Like, I think usually doing research in firms is hard because essentially you're taking away time for their main production, right? So think about this in terms of just how much more time you need is essentially how much capital you're wasting what you have, right? Like you get capital from top management buying in, the CEO saying, please do this, and people will listen, but then you are essentially spending capital with each minute you're taking away time from there, right? So I think just trying to build that. So for example, what we've done is like make multiple presentations to firm managers, right? So once you go make an effort to make presentation, you just buy some goodwill, right? And I think that's kind of framework you're trying to just build goodwill, where the inconvenience you cause by like taking people out on survey, disrupting the service, they are willing to tolerate you for that. And then hopefully, I think the momentum builds when you show good results. For example, the salaried ones, now that they've seen the goodwill and the word of mouth matters, where if the supervisor at shop floor says that, hey, this is great, workers appreciate it, then that's like starts compounding by itself, right? So that you need to reach that stage where then they see the value of this, and then you can start doing more.
This is our last session of the day. This is supposed to encourage kind of free-flowing conversation and all that amongst all the participants. We just got to group you accordingly and kind of set a little bit of context. So that's what we're going to do now. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Varun, and we'll get started.
Hope you all have taken your coffee. Requesting you all to stand. I know you have had a long day, but I want you all to stretch out. You can assemble in between here. Line up. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you to do any physical exercises today. Yeah. So, there are a lot of economists here though. So in the spirit of randomization, I've learned a lot from Anant. I think randomization is first part, right? So I want you all to say numbers from 1 to 4. 1 to 4? 1, 2, 4. 3. My bad.
This is why randomization.
Yeah. 4. No, I like that you're testing. Right.
Wait, everyone stop. Go down and count 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. All right. Yeah.
Okay. All ones, please assemble on this table. 2s here. 3 there. 4 on the other table.
This is why we use
Okay, now I'm going to hand it over to Arvind, who's going to explain what we are doing this ideation session. Arvind, over to you.
This is okay, folks. Hello. 1 like, 2 likes, 3 likes. Kudos to you all. Thank you for sharing your lovely experiences. And I'm a pen and paper person. I have created like 2 to 3 pages of new terms that I have learned today. Cool. So let us begin now. Table number 1, table number 2, 3, 4. I want 1 GBL representative, not Ach and Anant, on each table. No, you are not representative now. Okay. Smith, you can sit with Anant. Where is Mansi? Oh, Mansi is there. Smith, you can join the other table. Varun is here. Mamta, you can sit there. All right, great. Thank you. Okay, cool. Okay, folks, we can start now. Yeah. All right. Are we settled? Do we have empathy maps, the printed copies with us? And one insights synthesis document. All right? Okay. Cool.
Oh, that's even better. You can probably add more info.
Okay. So, in the spirit of anecdotes, I'm not going to introduce myself once again, but going to share something that really changed my perspective towards my work, how I function, and what I want to be as a practitioner. So, this is me in 2011. I was working with the oil and gas industry. I was managing like 400 to 500 workers when I was hardly 21, 22. A lot of power trip, right? So I had like 20 supervisors reporting to me, then 400 workers reporting to them, a typical pyramid structure that you see in any project execution firm or any manufacturing firm, right? So I was working with an hydrocarbon industry. So one fine day, I was in Surat, summer of Surat, 40 degrees plus temperature. I was irritated like anything. And the site to my office, this distance was like 1.5 to 2 kilometers. I was dehydrated, irritated, frustrated, and I was heading towards the canteen. And I saw two workers, they were smoking BD. BD is Indian version of, like a leaner version of cigar, I would say. So they were smoking BDs on the field. And we had like thousands of liters of turpentine and paint, which was stored behind them, right? And that very incident, it triggered me like, okay, now what happens if it catches fire? So my immediate response was, I went to the workers, I asked them to produce their ID cards, I went to the my office, I took the punch, and so the protocol over there was, if you punch their ID card thrice, technically they are blacklisted from the organization. So I did that. And I shared this incident with my manager. Initially, they appreciated it. Like, okay, yeah, you set the example. This is how the protocol should work. These are the standard operating procedures, and so on. But later, in the evening, my manager, he called me up, and we had a really interesting discussion. He asked me about, do you know the background of those workers? I said, no. So he told me about it. Essentially, they were two migrant workers who had migrated from Odisha and Bihar. They had family members to take care of. And because of my one decision where I could not handle my anger, I could have given them some warning also, right? But I could not handle my anger. I ended up firing them. So I lived with this guilt for a really long time, like for 5+ years. So then I went to NID. We did some very interesting exercises on ethnographic research. Essentially, you are supposed to write your own biography, right? And you try to understand your lived experiences, codify your lived experiences, and try to identify what is informing your decisions, right? So that exercise really helped me, and somehow my mentor over there, they helped me in overcoming this guilt. Now, why I am telling you this story? So the point here is, it was a very overwhelming experience for me. You all have been on the field for a really long time. You must have experienced something different, right? It has stayed with you. But because of the academic frameworks or funder's requirement or your organization's research priorities, you were not able to use that particular problem statement as your main research area, right? So in the spirit of honesty, I want you to be candid about your experiences from the field. When I say field, it's not just visiting the villages or factories, right? Some of you, you are at a senior level. You must be interacting with the funders or CEOs of the factories or sometimes politicians also, right? So I want you to think about those experiences. This can be a list of experiences, and we will think, I'll let you know how exactly we're gonna use those experiences to leverage our to redefine our research questions through anecdotes, all right? Any questions so far? No? Okay. Let us think about, I'll say a word, Charlie Chaplin. What emerges in your mind? Humor, all right? Okay, I rely on conversation, so I rely on conversation, so please participate. Yeah, Smith. Communism, wonderful. Black and white.
Factory work.
Factory work, the modern times, yeah. What else? Huh? The stick, yeah. The mustache. Right? What else? So the argument here is, did anyone visualize this part of me? The word Charlie Chaplin? No. My argument here is our thoughts are visual, which is why we ended up visualizing some aspects or attributes of Charlie Chaplin, right? How exactly we use this in one of the research, that I'm going to talk about in a couple of moments. So when we started, sorry, I'm using this project Inache example multiple times. So when we started working with the factory workers, one challenge for us was language barrier. Then in the previous panel discussion, I talked about how it becomes a bit difficult for women to articulate their difficult experiences, right? So instead of using conventional semi-structured interview methods, what we did, we used visual cues to nudge them and to ensure that they are able to articulate what they have experienced on the shop floor, right? So we created an image bank of 40, 50 images. And then we asked the workers this very important question: what are their experiences on the shop floor, right? Then these workers, they were supposed to select 4 or 5 images, and then we probed them about what exactly they have experienced, what was the background of that experience, who all were involved in that particular incident, and so on, right? So this is how we started. These are the 7 deep metaphors that one of the professor at Harvard University, they had developed in early 90s, Professor Zaltman. So when we coded that data, right, the data that we received from the workers, these 3 metaphors emerged through that codification. So how exactly women see their work on the shop floor? First, many of them, they see it as a transformative experience, right? Many women quoted their migration journey, how exactly the factories have empowered them, how the work has transformed their lives, how the work has transformed their relationship with their own family members, and so on. Second one was, many women see work as a resource. When we say resource, it's not just about monetary resource. When they engage with other or interact with other factory workers, they gather many memories, and these memories become resources for them to keep them going, right? This was a recurring theme, balance. Many of them, they quoted, they used the word, it's a balancing act to work in the factory, to take care of the family members, and so on, right? So this is how we essentially map the workers' experiences. Now, what we have to do is, you can see a document called empathy mapping sheet on your table, right? So, as a researcher, we try to answer these two questions, and obviously beyond this, what are the facts of the existence of our participant? And second thing, what are the constraints of their culture, right? And then we design our solutions and work plan and so on. So I want you to think about experiences that have remained with you as a practitioner, right? This can be from your initial days of your career or recent experiences also. Each one of you should talk about those experiences with the group for 4 to 5 minutes. Our facilitator, they will take down some notes for you, all right? And then, once that is done, you have to map your experiences in the empathy map. Now, I will explain the empathy map for you. Any questions so far? No?
Each of us is going to talk about these.
Yes. And you have to be candid. I won't use word vulnerable. You have to be candid. We have to trust the group, right? And share something that has remained with you and you felt that it had a potential to become a research question, right? Cool? Wear your storyteller's hats. Be creative in narrating your stories, right? Don't make up the stories. Right? Are we clear? Okay. Cool. So let us begin then.
Wait, are you going to explain the empathy map now?
Oh yeah, I forgot, I'm sorry. Yeah. So empathy map is essentially when you interact with your end users or participants, right? Usually we document those words as they are, right? In empathy map, we take our liberty as a human or individual to reinterpret that information and try to bucket it in 4 parts. What exactly your participants said, right? When you were interacting with them, what was your assessment of their feeling, right? Then what they were thinking. Now the boundaries between feeling and thinking, they are difficult to identify, right? So if you are confused about it, write wherever you want to write, thinking or feeling, okay? And 4th part is, what did they do after they shared or when they were sharing with you, all right? We use this for the workers also. Are we clear? Cool? I will be visiting all the tables, so don't worry. Yes, Akash. Yes, first, each one of you identify the incident that you felt that was important, right? That remained with you and you feel that it had a potential to become a research question. Share those stories with your group, all right? And once that is done, you can start documenting your experiences on the empathy map.
For your story or everyone's story?
For your story. Okay? I know it's a lot to ask towards the end of the day, but yes.
And the way she said that, yes. Yeah, exactly. But then was that I was really taken aback by the way she was like, oh, you're actually.
Did you document your experiences in the empathy map?
No, we talked a lot.
Amazing. Okay, take 5 minutes, just document it. I'll quote how exactly I did it. Okay, then on those lines you can think. Cool? Okay, sorry folks. Cool. Okay, some improvisation here. Hello. So Anant's group, they came up with a really interesting proposition. They said, okay, we know what we have experienced, we know what other person has experienced, but we don't have time to document it on empathy map. But we know what kind of research problems that needs to be addressed or that needs to be highlighted, right? So we can take this liberty to document your research ideas on the second sheet that I have given to the facilitator. Yeah, you skipped many things, yeah. But okay, this is the most important part. I hope you enjoyed your story sharing and learning from each other, right? You can populate the second box directly. Potential ideas for research. I'm not this lenient when I'm at design schools, but here I don't have that much agency. Okay, are we in agreement with this? Populate the second sheet. That's with the facilitator. You can start. Yeah, anything works. Yeah. Cool. Varun, it's your responsibility that should be legible for. Smith, Mamta, Mansi, and Varun, a request to you. Can you please collect all the worksheets? The next step would be, we will take back these worksheets to India, discuss it with Ach, come up with a comprehensive list of research questions. Anand as well. Comprehensive list of research questions or research areas, and maybe after Diwali, we will share this document with all of you. Thank you very much for participating. I had a good time. Thank you.
Hey, by the way, thank you guys so much for going through that exercise. I think just speaking from our group, it was just a lot of fun to talk about these stories and think about what's next. Group, whatever group Anant's in. Shh. Okay, guys, sorry. I just want to take 1 second to wrap up. Yeah, we're all just gonna migrate over to Ridgewalk Social, which is right down this walkway outside of GPS for drinks and dinner. And then, as I mentioned, there's a little unofficial Diwali party at the PIE, which is in the Social Sciences building right across from GPS. So I'll also lead the way for that. The thing to do before that, as we clear out of the room, is please gather all your belongings and make sure we're not leaving anything in here, because I think this gets locked up afterward for the weekend. So please remember to grab everything, suitcases, etc. If you've left anything on the sides or outside the room, that'd be great. And then please assemble in the courtyard, because the photographer would like us to take a group picture there before we go to dinner. All right. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful day. Let's all have a beer.